just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, it would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
God damn it. Yeah.
I'd be remiss for my friend if I didn't ask you about Fallen Angel.
So the Fallen Angel is a performer named Chris Daniels, and Chicago guy.
Yeah.
And was brought out to Los Angeles, and he had the daunting task of taking someone like me who couldn't move and trying to teach them the basics.
How to move.
The basics of the business.
Please, Macho Man, wrestling is not an extreme sport.
Not extreme? I'll show you a dream. I got your lip ticket. Rope toe. Avalanche.
Slim Jim, beefy, spicy. Need a little extreme excitement?
See it.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
SDL. Two bad bitches, one hot track. B3 CCA, bitch. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella pro. With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my arms must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber. DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming, Scotty too haughty. SDL with a $sign O. B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool. Face tat, ass fat, say that. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Haters are good grip, that's priceless. Haters got no pictures, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight, can't try us. You thought I'm a thotty, you thought wrong. Just a hottie with a body and a thong. You wanna fight, let's get bloody like Gary. I'm queen of the prom. SDL with a $sign her. B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the Indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts. Coral. Becca and SDL, bitch. Becca, SDL, that's the bitch. Me and Steph are the dream that's inception. Face high, fast, ass, big money, say that. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. It's 2 bad bitches, 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. P3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the Indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your heart. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track.
Think he's ready?
I think he'll crack this guy off.
Okay, guys, keep it clean. It's gotta be a ring-a-ding-dong dandy. Nice. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. What a move. He's airborne. Humpty's famous 4-egg omelets. Choose from 7 featured combinations. They're excellent.
You know, Humpty, maybe we should be a tag team.
You're out of here.
It's Nikita Lyons, baby. Yeah. I put the pop in, pop star. Past few years, I flopped hard. I'm a whole different cat now. Big roar since we last fought, been through the ringer. Oh, Lord. Lash, you been doing legendary lately. I see when I was up while you hated me. I was in your way. Lashes on your face. No scene, couldn't see me. Had to premeditate. I was coming back now. I'ma eat you up and spit you out. I was coming back now. You're still out with that big mouth. Wow. Won't lie, you bad, but let's run the back. Remember how I sat on you in my ride. Don't be acting mad when I'm up again. Like old times, girl, you were just a fad. I talk to the trees about you. I'm a niche goddess, won't be modest, I'm the lioness. Told your man not to play about you, but he know what's good, who really runs this boo. Said I was going back now. Been touching grass, now I'm ready to pounce. Booty ready to bounce. Big cat on you with a ground and pound. Yeah, let's run it.
Come on, Macho Man. You can always get out of the ring, but The Rock is extreme because there's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go?
Not the cage.
Oh, yeah. Landslide. Falling rock. Yeah. Meet the North Face.
What do you do for beefy, spicy, extreme excitement?
Say it, say it.
Slam it to a Slim Jim.
Hey, B, no way a little dude like you is gonna change my ways.
It's time you were tempted with a taste of nuts and honey.
Hulk Hogan doesn't eat nuts and honey.
Take this. An unbeatable part of this nutritious breakfast.
That's
That's better than a body slam.
Wow, Kurt Angle. Keep the change. Thanks. Whoa, what's gotten into this pizza? Hey, come on.
They square off. Tomato drop kicks. Pepper scoops him into an airplane spin. Big slap. Pizza outlet. The taste that screams fresh.
Oh, man, that was beautiful.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, where's my yeah? I am your host, the infallible Mark, and we are about to watch AEW Dynamite 300. It is Wednesday. You know what that means, an eclectic Wednesday, as well as, yes, Dynamite 300 is on tonight, and we will be watching that. The Big Bang Theory's on right now. I think they got a double header going in. It'll be a big night for AEW. They got back-to-back Big Bang Theories leading right in. So we got a lot to get to in every category today, folks. This is going to be a very jam-packed, filled, eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, as they always are. I am your host, Phil Marks. Make sure you guys follow me, youtube.com/@prowrestletimes and @prowrestleclips are the two YouTube channels, patreon.com/prowrestletimes. Consider becoming a member for only 99 cents. Get access to my Monday show. If you become a patron, you get access to that show, plus over 100 exclusive videos that are up there. And I try to upload a new one every single week, or if something gets sniped off this show, I just re-upload it over there. So you guys don't miss anything. And yeah, you can gift some membership, super chat, whatever you want to do. Just hit like, hit dislike, leave a comment, put me over, bury me, whatever you guys got to do. Just show your support. And I appreciate you, man. We're not going to waste too much time. We're going to get right into things because there's a lot to get to. Tony Khan is foreseeing this all in disaster. These guys are playing the quarterly. So this year, like, AEW has like seen growth this year. Well, not even growth, but they've seen like quarter over quarter the last like few selected quarters, because we're halfway done this year, right? So it's not, we're playing semantics here, we're playing silly games, whatever. We're going to look at the charts, we're going to break it down, we're going to talk about it. And yeah, we're just going to talk about the shit and how Tony Khan sees this disaster incoming with All In, man. The ticket sales have been a fucking disaster. And we have Dave Meltzer melting down about WCW again, arguing with Raj Giri. And I'm about to own him because that's what I do here. Yeah, Dave is bringing up WCW and wants to... Well, we're just going to break it all down and how Dave's just a dumbass and wrong. Like, the shit Dave flexes is not even what AEW's flexing right now. And so we're going to get into all that. It's hilarious. We also, and then AEW Dynamite is plummeting. I mean, it's just a very doom and gloom title here today, folks, because, well, I mean, the ratings have been bad, but at the same token, they have shows coming up at this residency. They can't even sell at these residency shows. Now, again, this isn't just like AEW bad and shitty. It's weird. I don't even like spend time focusing on as much as like criticizing the product anymore itself. Like the rest, like when I'm watching the show, I'm like, okay, this is what's working, this what isn't, but I don't dissect it the way I used to, because the boys can only do so much. Like, this isn't really on them, you know, and I don't even blame a lot of them for going out there and putting on these matches that they know Tony's gonna like, so that hopefully they can get on TV more. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, I almost don't blame them. They're just doing the best they can. You know, you guys go to work and try and do the best job you can, and it just seems like it's not good enough. That's how a lot of these folks feel, man. And but we have Britt Baker news. Britt Baker, not even updater news. I mean, we here at PWT, we know she ain't leaving right now, but people have been looking over contracts. I've been saying that for a long time. Hey, maybe that Ray Phoenix stuff made some bigger names look over contracts and go, how long can this asshole freeze me? You know, wait a minute. Can he pull my merch? Like, is that so Britt Baker may or may not have been one of those names, right? yeah, I mean, we've been covering this for a little while here, and she's trying to get out of her deal, is what the rumor is now. We're going to talk about that. And also AEW wrestlers have aligned with her or taken shots or aligned. We're going to decipher it together. It's just a mess, though. And going into All in Texas, I mean, let's really think about it, folks. We have a Superman crossover today, which is awesome. You guys can see in the thumbnail as well. Tony Khan is Superman and and Dave Meltzer is Lois Lane. Oh, God, that's so funny. Yeah, I did that yesterday. It just dawned on me. I was like, it's too perfect. And Meltzer's Lois Lane, the reporter. Like, that's way too good. You know, and then Alvarez is little Jimmy Olsen. You guys know what I'm talking about. Where's my comic book heads out there? Phil Marks Out. That's my other YouTube channel where, yeah, I'm going to be talking about Ironheart this week with a guest or two, and it's going to be fun. And anyways, though, back to Graps. Yeah, you know, it's Lunaticville out there lately, okay? So we got tons of stuff to get Lois can fight. Unlike Dave, Tony is Meltzer's Lois Lane for sure. Bro, Lois Lane was at least a good reporter. The best guy is me. Tony Khan.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Oh shit, man, that's funny. Yeah, I knew you guys would get a kicker out of that. But yeah, so I mean, just lots going on and lots more that isn't even in the title or description because shit goes down. Ultimately, I would have put like Dave Meltzer argues with about WCW or something in the title instead of the Dynamite's plummeting part. But hey, guys, don't hate the player, hate the fucking game. All right. So yeah, let's go over this card quickly, just uber quickly, and then we're going to, and I'm sure I missed a bunch of stuff, so don't go anywhere. We're in for an epic show tonight, okay? And I'm going to check in with chat. I'm going to check in after I sort of review this card. And oh yeah, guys, and I've been streaming on Twitch as well, so check me out on Twitch. I was playing The Island. We some island boys, and we just trying boys. And I'm just wildin', boy, until I'm crying, boy, trying to make it, right? We were some island boys playing on the 2K Island, which is actually way more fun than I thought it would be. Got to be completely honest. Anyways, so we got Monet versus Mina Shirakawa. This has got to be the main event, right, for the TBS Championship. Mina is just, she's going to lose here, and she's just, again, another one of these ladies. Tony's positioned so many of these ladies in this company to be like, you're not quite good enough. Like Queen Aminata, right? She's a name we bring up all the time. She's great, but they just whip her out whenever it's like, oh, we need someone to lose a number one contender match. You know, and that's how they're positioning Mina Shirakawa. Now, one day she will get the title and the titles and the accolades and all that for sure. Well, hopefully, depends how many people Tony's going to mark out for and give all this money to. But obviously she's going to lose this. And again, man, really think about it. Like Dynamite 300. Mina just got signed. Mercedes is an ex-WWE who came in a few years deep and signed for shitloads of money and hasn't really repaid AEW. Like, they haven't got their investment back, right? So really think about that. This is the celebration, right? 300. I've watched all these shits. And it's Collision 100 coming up, which I can't, that's the one I can't believe. You want to know why? Because when that show came out, it was such a hype thing, and then it just died off. And it's like, how many Rampages did we get to? Remember Rampage was a show on the air? What the fuck happened, man? What's going on? Anyways, so we have Kota Ibushi versus Okada, which is like, whoa, for me as a mark, you know, a New Japan mark. A turbo smark, someone said on X, which I was like, that's hilarious. You know, as a turbo smark like myself from like a decade ago, this match is insane. You know? Now it's like they're both going to. I think this match will actually be pretty good. You know why? It's going to be like Top Guy speed. They might do like a pile driver or a tombstone or one or two crazy shits. But listen, man, You saw Ibushi's last match. You saw how Okada's been working. They are being very chill and laid back now because they don't want to beat their bodies up. This might actually be a good TV match on Dynamite. You know, it might actually turn out well, but I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, this just bringing Ibushi back was ultimately going to lead to Okada's going to beat him up and then Kenny's going to run out. You know, like we obviously knew this is why this was happening. And so Ibushi, I guess, will just be in the Casino Battle Royal or whatever at All In. He doesn't even have a big match. Now, I have an allegedly for you guys here. And this is why you tune into PWT. So let me play my allegedly. All right. And again, this was likely something said on K100, but in case we missed it or whatever. So Ricochet was told that All In 2025 was going to be Ricochet versus Ospreay and was to have a 12-month build. That could have drawn. This company is a mess. So that's a message I got. And I guess Ricochet was promised a 12-month build with Ospreay to an All In. I don't know, but how odd is it that Ospreay and Swerve are just in a thrown together tag team to face the Bucks last minute at All In? Like, what kind of shit is that? What kind of shit is that? Like, you mean to tell me Swerve and Ospreay, even that feud, or I mean, they just gave him how much money, and this is his first All In, or I guess his second or whatever, first All In Texas. It's hard to tell, right? I guess it's his because they're just doing them all over the place, slapping the same name on it, right? I heard next year they're going back to London or whatever. I don't fucking know. Either way, listen, it's quite odd that it's just like a tag match. Do they think people care about the Bucks? The Bucks just come back in time for All In, and we're going to be in a super tag match against these other two guys you're trying to get over. It feels very Kevin Knight, Mike Bailey. Isn't that what you're doing with Kevin Knight and Mike Bailey? You know, it's weird, man. It's so there's no hype for this show. I'm sorry. A 4-way for the number 2 spot in the Casino Gauntlet. So MJF's whole shit is he's just going to get in the Casino Gauntlet. And where's the tag champs? Why isn't it Ospreay and Swerve versus the world tag champions, who are 2 big stars in Benjamin and Lashley, who just came over and are holding the belts up, and then Ospreay and Swerve we're more AEW, man. We're more AEW, bruv. So we're going to fight you, you ex-WWE guys. Stop hurting our locker room and the cameramen back here. We stand up for the little guy. We punch up, bro. Let's fight for the world title. No, they're fighting the Bucks. And then what are Lashley and Benjamin doing? And then MJF's just like in this battle royal. The guy who they built a whole All In around before. Roman Reigns has main evented how many fucking WrestleManias? And this guy's just an afterthought. Oh, we did that devil story. Now it's just fucking, now the MJF's just a mid-lower guy. He's the helper of the tag team champs. Like, come on, dude. He's Shaniqua to the Basham brothers, right? No, maybe that's not a good one. But, like, come on, man. So, Brody King's in this thing, MJF, Anthony Bowens, and then AR Fox. And, like, who gives a shit who wins? Because it's just a bunch of people come out. We haven't established in Casino Battle Royal history that, like, the number 1 slot is the best slot. Like, the whole point of the match is that everyone comes out and then someone gets pinned and you lose. But the idea behind it is someone gets pinned and that could just end the match. No more entries. So then why does the number 1 spot matter? Why would you want to win a 4-way for the number 2 spot? Well, I could pin him and win the match quicker. I know that in kayfabe, Tony thinks that works, but it doesn't, because the audience is sitting here going, but we know all the entrants are going to come out. We know that all the guys you have planned are going to come out. That doesn't work in kayfabe. So why would you want the number 2 in this match? You'd want to be like number 15 or whatever. This is fucking dumb. Just fundamentally, who's not pointing this out? Who's not just taking a piece of paper? You can just take a loose leaf, you take a pen, and you just write this out. You just write it out the way you just go, look, dude, and you put it in front of Tony and just go, dude, I don't know if you got to flip this around. I don't know if you got to go on Mark Maron and then flip this backwards and then 360, 180 that shit again. But like, do you not understand that this is why this doesn't really make sense? So we just need to like not do this or make it for the number 15, or you choose what number you come out and then you can choose to reveal it publicly or surprise people, or you can choose to, I want to go in number 1 and prove that I'm the best and I can dominate everyone in the locker room. But that all goes out the window because the stipulation doesn't make sense. And all the people who blow this match at the end of the day are just going, yeah, but this whole part of the stipulation, I'm just ignoring that whole aspect, which I know you do that to some degree with pro wrestling, just in general. That's what pro wrestling is. Ignoring the you do that with Jackie Chan movies too. He's not really fighting 13 guys, right? We understand this going into it, but there still has to be a level. There still has to be checks and balances of like, whoa, there's a limit to how stupid we're willing to go without people. Like, this ain't hate. This isn't me hating. This is me like, improve this match. It's right there. It's a genius match type. It's been done before, you know, but you just have to, it's like a gauntlet match, basically. That's why it's called that. But you just have to like tweak that one fucking thing about this match, and it would just be so much better. And you could get more story and more longevity out of it. So, yeah, I don't know. They want to fight to be the number 2 guy in a match where 30 guys are going to come out and brawl and jump through tape. Why would you want to be number 2? That doesn't even make sense. So anyways, I harped on that long enough. So we have Ospreay Swerve. I've harped on that long enough. We have Mystico. Now, chat, is this Mystico or Dralistico? Okay, someone inform me. Their masks look identical. They're brothers, or they're the former themselves, or is this, or does it say heroes versus villains? Heroes and villains. What is it? How does it go? Dun, pills and dope turn me to a superhero. Yeah, I think I'm quoting it right. Sorry, guys. Metro. Speaking of Metro Boomin. So Mystico or Dralistico? Let me check chat. Is that Dralistico or Mystico? La Parka. Yeah, it's both. Dralistico, brother to Russian Dragon Lee. Thank you, PM Cruz. Roosh would be awesome. He's more of a villain. Dralistico, I guess, is a villain. Mystico, because I was like, if that's Mystico, everyone loves him. So why is he a villain? But okay, pump the brakes on that. And then we have Mortis. Again, he's in a high-profile match against 2 of like the top stars, bruv, of AEW, leading into, I mean, damn, man, this is the most like nepotism fucking company ever. You know, I've given it a pass a lot of the time, but like Mercedes starts dating Mortis, and then a day later, Tony Khan's like, I begged the CMLL guy to let him wrestle here. It's great. You know, like one fucking day goes by, right? And he's all of a sudden in main events, Collision, right? On Dynamite 300 here. So, okay. Again, let's break down these wrestlers. So Ibushi and Okada defected from New Japan, came to AEW, took super shitload, gigantoid bags of fucking shitloads of money to come here and not really do much in AEW, right? And they're not really day oneers, okay? In this 4-way, you have Bowens, MJF, and Brody King. And yeah, I guess AR Fox, he's more associated with AEW than anything else now in his career. So unless you're like a Turbo Smark. So those 3, okay, all originals. I like that. Swerve and Ospreay, let's be honest, like Ospreay could have never went to AEW. He would have still had a name. He had a name before. He'd have one after. He has one with AEW if he went to WWE. None of that would matter. Swerve was a guy who was being hyped up big in WWE and everywhere else, but he is an AEW through and through guy. I think at this point, you know, like, yes, he went through the WWE system, but I think he's fully, you know, he's way more a lot of people associate even Lex Luger more with WCW than they do with WWF just because of the time put in. And so I'd say Swerve's like that, even though he never like was a world champion, but in AEW he has been world champion, you know? So I would say he's AEW through and through. And then again, you have these two like lucha invaders. When did the CMLL shit start to go down? Like these aren't original AEW dudes. And then you have Bandito, so he's a Ring of Honor champ, and he's been, I don't know, mostly associated with the Ring of Honor. Then yeah, you have Undisputed Era, then the Bucks and Takeshita, who I guess are OG AEW guys. So it's like a balance, right? Like, where's these people from the beginning? Where's Luchasaurus, Jack Perry? Where's Darby Allin? Where's Orange Cassidy? And I get it. He's a joke guy and you don't want to see him. True that. But I did want to see him if they booked him properly, you know, or if they put him in those like Orange Cassidy against the Lucha dudes and the special 6-man whatever at the crossover show. That's where you do shit like that. He used to wrestle under a mask. He was like Fire Ant or whatever. But yeah, I mean, even like Kenny, Hangman, I'm sure we'll see Kenny run out and stuff, but and then Hangman versus Mox, like I don't even want to see that match at All In. I got to be perfectly honest. I'm going to do a big preview show as I like to do for you guys, right? I'm going to do a pod preview show where we preview like Great American Bash, Saturday night's main event, and All In. And yeah, I'll record that and throw that up and we'll preview it, give our thoughts. And I don't want to go too much into All In. This is the penultimate episode. There's still one more Dynamite before All In. And yeah, we got a lot of news to get into. So we're going to do that. And yeah, we'll check in with chat here. First, I got to fix this fucking... My feed's being shitty. Put the briefcase on Frank. It's at 8. Phil is just previewing. Yeah, dude, I'm just previewing. Tony's keeping so many wrestlers in his cellar. It's great. It's where the brooms are, and I put on a magic hat, and they all dance around. And then I flood the place, and then I escape. Fantasia. It's PWG with a budget. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, I heard from Conan about Del Rio and Mystico before Alberto went to WWE. Mystico pulled a gun on him and was, yeah. Yeah, but working for Diddy, there's all... Yeah, that's fucked up, Brother Love. Can't believe he tried to steal that name. But yeah, that dude, I guess, escaped a lot of shit. Mortis will be representing Mr. Jonathan Good, Moxley Good. 32 likes with 133. So guys, there's 270 watching on X and YouTube. If you're over on X, consider coming over to YouTube. Consider becoming a member. Get access to my Monday shows. We go off on Monday shows. I had an amazing, incredible segment I did that was like pieced together. It was very fucking well done. And but there's 133 over on the YouTube Clips channel. So make sure you head over there, run the likes up, or else Jericho's gonna come tell us his status in AEW right now. It's appropriate that Dynamite 300 is in Ontario, California, considering AEW is PWG with a budget. Yeah, fair enough, man. Fair enough. So, guys, we're going to leave that card pulled up. I'm going to jump over. I'm over here now. And we are going to get into some hot news. And we have... let me see here. Where is miscellaneous news is what I want to start with here. So we actually have quite a bit in here. We have a very jam-packed show, so don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, for bad news bears, miscellaneous.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Bad news, Browns. Okay. So we have Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff's new promotion. Real American Freestyle has only sold 380 tickets so far to its debut show in Cleveland. The arena seats over 13,000. So, yeah, man, this was a big time flop. And I do feel bad for them, but Hulk Hogan looks so dumb on the Ariel Helwani show. They overestimated the appeal and the draw of freestyle and like amateur wrestling. They didn't do enough time to give it enough time, rather, and they didn't do enough to hype it up. I didn't see shit about it. They didn't get enough like wrestlers. I mean, man, they got Ben Askren and praying for him, and he got a double lung transplant. So shout him out, man. What a fucking goat. Hopefully he pulls through. A double lung transplant. That's crazy, man. So, you know, they got Ben Askren, but where's like some of these other wrestlers and names that you could get involved in this? And I just think they overshot it. And again, they should have started small and worked their way up and not tried to, like, you know, good production goes a long way. There's a reason why Dana White gets away with fucking, he invites celebrities to these power slap events and influencers and shit. And then the production of it looks like UFC levels. So you're like, oh shit, you know, this is he's presenting something, you know. Now, when you have a shoot, now I think power slap's dumb as shit. We're going to show some clips and talk about that in a bit. But, you know, when you have something that's a shoot, brother, like amateur wrestling, you want to present it in a way that I just didn't hear any buzz or hype or like do a YouTube show. Why are none of these companies doing fucking YouTube shows, man? Like MLW, you see these smaller companies doing it. If you got the budget and you're booking 13,000 billion, do a YouTube show and just pack like 300 in a fucking place and make it look cool. Look at that. Karate Combat's doing that. Come on, man. But I'm not shitting all over them. It was freestyle wrestling. What did anybody expect? We're going to hear Dave Meltzer's thoughts on that later on tonight. RJ Clifford says MMA. Okay, so this is what we had to talk about, actually. So first, Busted Open. I bursted out laughing, and I'm not laughing at anyone's demise. I'm not trying to do like these guys are pieces of shit, but you guys are going to fucking pop for this. This is ludicrous. So this goes up from Sirius XM Busted Open, right? Recently, XM, they've done some big moves. They got rid of Greg Opie Hughes, who's just fucking the worst anyways, so who cares? And then Jim Norton, they got rid of him. And then they let Sam Roberts, who is Jim Norton's co-host, who was an intern for Opie and Anthony. He worked his way up. Now he's got his own show. And he works with WWE. You guys know Sam Roberts, right? And he's got his own show on Sirius. But like all the talented people are gone. And I think they're giving Howard Stern like hundreds of millions still. And I mean, he's just become a shell of himself, hack. But one thing that's successful on Sirius is Busted Open. If you guys don't know, Busted Open's incredibly popular. I'm sure you all know that, right? And, you know, they say this is a moment that will live forever. The dawning of Busted Open 24/7, right? So there's a new Busted Open 24/7. Let's hear what David LaGreca has to say about it. And I promise the payoff to this, you guys are going to pop.
We did it. 24/7. It's official. Beginning July 1st, next Tuesday, we are going to be 24/7. You guys asked for it. You had the hashtag trending. We've been working on this for 16 years since this show debuted April 28th, 2009. One voice, 1 hour, once a week. And now we have grown to a 24/7.
And shout out Busted Open. Like, congrats. Round of applause to them and wrestling being popular, like more popular again in general. Round of applause for them.
Channel. History made right here because of you, the Busted Open Nation. Because of the nation. And because you guys wanted more, SiriusXM is giving you more. And this new channel is not only for the nation, it's called The Nation. Pro
Move to the music, play that fucking music. Move it to the music, yeah, let's get it out.
Wrestling Nation 24/7 starts July 1st. We named it after you. Pro Wrestling Nation 24/7.
Fuck yeah, and they hired some people, gave some people some new shows. I'm excited for them on that front. Hire me. No, I'm too blue, as the old kids would say. I guess old kids. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, but listen, RJ Clifford drops this. So on the same day, like a few hours later. So RJ Clifford MMA writes, after nearly 15 years, today will be my last show on Sirius XM radio. I don't mean to laugh. I'm so sorry, RJ Clifford. I'm not laughing at you, bro. The company is turning Fight Nation into a pro wrestling channel. It's going to be called Pro Wrestling Nation for the Busted Open Nation. It was already called Fight Nation, and they just took over Fight Nation. They turned it into a pro wrestling channel, replacing all MMA and boxing programs. 15 years is a long time in one place, especially in this business, and I'm grateful to have had a unique platform to force my opinions on others. SiriusXM really did put together one hell of an MMA team. Just look at the list of people I've co-hosted with. So many MMA broadcasting careers were launched by cutting their teeth at Sirius. There's never a perfect time to lose a show, but I'm lucky to have a few oars in the water. Yeah, so shout him out, and hopefully he lands on his feet.
We did it.
But it's so funny. We're the Busted Open Nation. They just replaced Fight Nation, dude. And now Fight Nation's completely gone. And then this list of names like Michael Bisping, AJ Hawk, Misha Tate, Anthony Smith, Alan Jobin, Dean Thomas, Angela Hill, Dan Hardy, Sean O'Connell, Jordan Breen, RIP, Luke Thomas, Jimmy Smith, Ryan McKinnell, Andreas Hale, and more. Right? Like there's a lot of people now not getting work. So the pro wrestling replacing the MMA. I mean, I'm a fan of both, so I'm not mad at that. But kind of funny how he's like, yay, and then this guy's like, oh man, I just got fired after 15 years. And then LaGreca's like 13 years of grinding. He just took over their station, and now it's Busted Open Nation. Holy shit. It's going to be called The Nation. They're just rebranding it. Busted Open gets more listens than Fight Nation, so we'll just do a quick switch. Hey, can you guys have one MMA show on your 24/7 Busted Open Nation? Boom. That's how they remedy that. You know what I mean? So
Are you sure about that?
Did that pop you, chat? I thought that was kind of funny. I don't know. The final Forbidden Door has been unlocked. The fans asked for it. Mystico showed up in MLW. This is what the fans asked for. He's getting really over, man. And I'm telling you, MLW does better shit with CMLL than AEW does. And also MJF showed up and attacked him. So now AEW is going to try and wheeze the juice off MLW here, which is unfortunate because, like, Alex Hammerstone, what the fuck? Unless they put him and MJF and Wardlow in that faction or whatever, then what the fuck?
Yeah. Nueva York.
So MJF dressed like the villain in 2K. We are mutiny. Just nothing original ever. Oh yeah, Mutiny's coming out. No, I get it. I get what MLW's doing. They have their Contra faction and all that shit, but I'm just saying, man, how many like, oh, we're all wearing black and look like the Shield fucking factions are there in wrestling, bro? But Contra's dope. I didn't mean, I love Cruel, and Contra's like over. Keep doing what you're doing with them, but everyone else chill. Dark State chill, okay? So I think in the Gauntlet Battle Royal or whatever, it's crazy. So that, yeah, like why wouldn't Tony even try and get Mystico versus MJF for his All In show, like a rematch or something? If there's so much heat, it's kind of wild, man. It's really wild how it's just like MJF might be in this Battle Royal at All In. So he beats down Mystico.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Mystico, while you're laying down there holding your little cucarachas, I need to listen to me real quick.
Oh yeah, well you're holding your little tiny dick, haha, right? And he's fat. Oh, you're not fat, but like you will be. It's always some shit like that. It's always got to holding your little balls in your hands and playing the 5-knuckle shuffle. Hi, Cena. Like it's always some shit like that with MJF, dude. And then they're chanting, holy shit, bro. You're the fucking heel. Tell them to shut up. So yeah, holy shit. Wait till you see what I do to him next time. Like, God, I miss like classic fucking heels, dude. Sorry, I don't mean to bitch, but
I ain't through with you yet, boy, not by a long shot.
That's racialist. That's racialist. You can't call him boy.
We're gonna wrestle again, and when we do, I am going to beat you within an inch of your life. And that's after I'm done making a mockery of your country, your countrymen, and your company, CMLL.
And see, here's the thing, too. They're relying on MJF being this, like, fuck Mexico type thing, even though, you know, bro, it's so backwards. It's so backwards. WWE's, like, celebrating it. This is, like, the Attitude Era approach to it, you know? AEW's doing that, and people might go, oh, come on now, Phil, JBL's over there. Yeah, but he's over there. He's in AAA. He's not on WWE doing the same shit, and that's the problem, is that people are going to expect you, like AEW sickos are going to be like, oh, well, MJF jumped Mystico and MLW and said this. And then what is he even saying? Just the same old, like, yeah, I love America type thing. And then he's with Lashley and them. It's just so fucking, it's just irking me, man, how bad the build to this All In's been.
Listen!
And I know this maybe is this part of it. I don't know. Like if Mystico eliminates MJF from the Battle Royal or whatever the fuck, and then they continue their feud along and shit, certainly, because he's saying when we fight again, well, where are you guys fighting? Is it at All In? Or does Mystico run out and fuck you out of this match and you fight it All In? Because if not, like, what's going on? There's heat behind this, Tony Khan. What are you just like, you know, what are you doing with it? It's just crazy.
Puta madre, cabrón! Listen! Because my name is Maxwell!
Okay, yeah, the cool, I'm so tired of cool heel guys. Fucking tired of it. Anyways, and that's in WWE too. I'm just being honest. So the Skyscrapers, something I'm not tired of. Fucking awesome name. This is a throwback team for sure. This is a throwback team. And Dijak and Bishop Dyer, Dijak and Dyer, Baron Corbin are the new MLW World Tag Champions. I fucking love this pairing, and I love this.
Insane power. Watch this. Rubino has no idea. Dyer's not the legal man anymore. Death Valley driver. Dijak from the top. Lucha. My God.
The commentary just yells, Lucha. What?
New tag team champion.
Here are your winners.
Yeah, this is a great team. Get that gear. Well, no, it is matching. Yeah, just one dude's got the white trim. So just get that gear on point and just let them have a hearty, healthy reign with these belts. And like, okay, Bishop, you don't need to do the fucking Death Valley either. You could end of days them into the moonsault, or you could whatever. But I hope what they do is establish a few different ways they can finish people with, you know, like, okay, Death Valley to Moonsault, that's one. And then we have like the end of days into the fucking, or the whatever into the end of days or whatever the fuck, you know, show us a few. Like, don't just rely on one, on that being your finish every time. And then I think you have a real throwback big dude tag team. And this is good for MLW, man. Like, these are two names, dude. They know how to work too. Like,
MLW.
and you have Dyer on Busted Open, like plugging this shit, you know, the Skyscrapers too. Like, what a good name.
World Tag Team Champions.
And like, how tall are these dudes, right? Like 6'6", let's say. And it's like 6'7", maybe. Corbin, is he like 6'7"? Whatever. Either way, you'd have to be like a 6'10", 7 foot, 6'11" dude to be a skyscraper back in the day. But it's funny how now, like, you're 6'6", that skyscraper, you know?
Bishop Dyer and Donovan Dijak, the Skyscraper.
And Dyer and Dijak, or Dijak and Dyer, like, either way, either way rolls off the tongue. It's just a cool fucking team. I like this team. I'm marking out for it.
St. Laurent is absolutely tag.
Yeah, I love that shit right there. So good on them. MLW cooking, brother. So speaking of cooking, man, Hollywood Haley J. Now, she was on that Netflix show, Wrestlers. She was supposed to, she got an NXT tryout, but she didn't show up for whatever reason, right? She got in trouble for smoking blunts and shit. And she just lives on her own. She's making money, but she could make a lot more. She's got the skill and the talent, but she got offered to do this power slap shit. Shotzi Blackheart revealed that she got offered to do power slap as well. Now, was this before or right after her release? I don't know, because after they already announced the pro wrestler power slap, Shotzi, that's when her contract came up, or she was released or whatever. So I believe it was a contract expiry in Shotzi's case. So it's interesting, because what have I been talking about? Oh, hey, what's to stop them from offering a WWE? Omos, hey, we'll give you fucking 6 figures to power slap someone. You know, what's to stop them realistically from going to a WWE guy? And what's to stop a WWE talent from doing that? TKO is going to be like, no, you can't do that. Like, they're not using people, or an ex-WWE guy like Strowman or whatever. So I don't know if they approached Shotzi while she was under contract. That would have been wild. And she turned it down. And it would have been crazy if WWE was open to letting her do that. However, Hollywood Haley J slaps the shit out of this lady. And this was incredible. And she was one of the people, her and Zicky Dice, I'm like, you guys actually have talent and a gimmick and a future. Don't fucking do this. You know, like Zicky Dice, you could just go be a rock star. You don't even have to be a wrestler. Don't do this, brother. Don't slap. Like, this is crazy. Well, Hollywood said, you know what, Phil? I'm going to slap the shit out of a motherfucker. So let's take a look. She was like, oh, really, dude? Because I'm about to fucking show you what I'm able to do in power slaps. So let's take a look at her. She's the blonde with the pink here in the blue. This is the dumbest shit ever. Dropped her, though. Watch one more time. Slaps the shit out of her. But here's the thing, man. If she's, I'm not saying there's a lot of money to make in this, but if she talks enough shit, like, she could get a shot at like Paige Van Zandt in power slap, and that, who knows, maybe she could get a bag for that. Maybe to her, she's like, look, I made as much money as I'd have made doing a weekend of shows, and I just get hit in the face once. Like, I'm used to getting fucking rocked from being slammed on my back. I don't know. You'd have to ask her. I think this shit is dumb as fuck. And she's just wearing Chucks, like slapping the shit out of another lady. And this lady got rocked up, man. And again, dude, I try to give this power slap shit a chance. I just really can't. I just really, really can't. I don't know. Like, I did watch the first couple events to give it a fair shake, but it's just not for me. And I'll watch a clip. Okay, if Zicky Dice gets up here and starches a dude or gets starched, like, yeah, I'll watch it and we'll bring it on the show. But I mean, I don't know if this is worth it. It for sure, like, how much money did this lady make to get knocked out there and get CTE damage and shit? Like, probably not a lot. Maybe $3,000 to show up and $3,000 if she won. Probably not even that much. So, because how they do it is like MMA. You get a show, you get your show money to show up, and then you get a win bonus, right? And that's how most, like, MMA is starting to kind of get away from that. Like, a lot of fighters still are that, especially the young ones on the come up. But some fighters are now, like, if you have a name, you're Rose Namajunas, you're able to just like, okay, I get $300K flat, win or lose, you know, and then like win, I get $150K bonus if I get a finish or something, you know, like they'll work out stuff like that. But in Power Slap, Dana's got it set up like old school UFC where it's like 1,000 to show, 1,000 if you win. So you take, you know, you could get an eardrum popped, get your jaw broken, get a broken orbital, you get fucking KO'd like that for what? Like $3,000 if you're lucky, you know? I just don't know if that's worth it, you know? Here's another instance of Power Slap. Here's Ronda Rousey, WWE Hall of Famer, soon to be. My prediction is she's in this next year's class. Don't ask me why I'm predicting that. Just remember that Phil don't miss. But yeah, I think this year could be it for her, or the one after, I believe, right? Let me just type something in here. Ronda Rousey Hall of Fame UFC. So she went into the UFC Hall of Fame in 2018, right? And so I know TKO is gonna want to get her into the WWE one probably this year, guys. Okay. Anyways, so here's how she reacted to some other dude getting starched.
1,
2. And look at how she's like laughing at it. This is a woman who really fought, did pro wrestling, and to her, she's like embarrassed, like, oh my God, I can't even watch how dumb this is. This is Ronda Rousey. Like, she got in a cage and fought and was in the Olympics and fucking did WWE where she's pretending to fight. And she's like embarrassment laughing at how stupid this shit is, right?
1, 2.
Oh, and his head hit the table. Get the tables. Oh, by God, King. Oh, my God. Look at her face, too. He took a head bump off the table. Dude, wow. This is craziness, man. And he's got the Hulk Hogan fucking stash, dude. That's how we do, Jack. That's what we do, brother.
One, 2.
I'm like, what happens when that table pushes someone's nose up in their head or something? Like, the whole concept's fucking so stupid. The whole concept's dumb. It's just a stupid fucking concept altogether.
One.
And his head hit the table. Like, the most vicious part was him slam. So it's not just you get slapped. You get your head slammed on a table. Then it jars on the floor backwards. And it's fucking craziness. But yeah, shout out Ronda Rousey. And again, it's so weird that Dana White would be like, hey, do you want to come out to this event? When in her memoir, she's talking about the CTE and all this stuff. However, the UFC did help her facilitate. Like, they do have the best neurological people studying all this shit and everything. And they, Diego Sanchez went through that where like his coach was like, we need all of his background stuff for CTE. And then they were like, we're not going to fight him if you're worried about that. You can't like say that, you have brain damage. We won't fight you and shit, and they've helped her facilitate all that info. And I think she'll be in the Hall of Fame sooner or later. And again, she's got to promote like her movie that's going to be coming out and all of this stuff. So she's going to do the rounds, and she's very close with like people at TKO and Dana White in particular. I know there's some sour grapes from her time in WWE, but Triple H was so high on her that I think they'll just I think that they will put that aside because it's a big name to induct into the Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? So I think that's definitely a move that'll happen sooner than later. I would say I'm probably right about that. So Bischoff is shredded at 70. So here's Bischoff flexing with DDP, some DDPY power cuff action going on here.
I've never had a pump like this, bro. Look at this. This is awesome.
Shredded her at 70, the 90% of the IWC.
That is awesome. Thank you so much. I don't even recognize me.
And of course, he's on all the fucking TRT and all the shit you can be on. But I mean, that's what you do when you're older these days. You know what I'm saying? But he's shreddied up, man. Good for him. And shout out DDPY or whatever he calls it these days. That shit is really, really good. I recommend everybody do that shit. Former WWE star Elena Black, FK Cora Jade, defeated Brittany Brooks to win the AWF Women's Championship. This marked her first title win since her WWE departure. Yeah, good for her. Winning a title outside of the federation. That's what seems to happen. So speaking of winning titles, Zack Sabre Jr. Won at the IWGP title at New Japan Tanajam. Yeah, so this is Sonal, friend of the show. She made a reaction video to it. And yeah, he won the world title there in New Japan. Some people were asking, did this guy go too far? So his name is Joe Alonzo, and he shaved this 6-year-old child's head on an indie show. And people were like, is this going too far? You guys let me know.
Sit in the chair.
I think it works if the kid's into it, man. I mean, Sandman's kid did a whole fucking angle and everything. And yeah, I mean, he's selling it at least. Selling better than fucking, I won't even say it. You guys already know. So here's a crazy spot that happened at a wrestling show. That's wild. Hopefully no one's hurt too badly after that. And lastly, Maven took his first hit in 20 plus years. It must be the ganja. It's the marijuana. That's I'm so high. It must be the Henny that has gotten in me. Whatever's got into me, I don't mind. Right? So, yeah, Maven takes 2 hits and passes to the left because the right way's wrong there, folks. And him and RVD took one up.
You want in on it, dude? You know what? It's been over 20 years since I took a hit. But you know what? I'm in your home. I've always been told that when you're in someone's home and they offer,
you do as they do.
Absolutely. It's rude if you don't.
Well, I know it's on a lot of people's bucket lists. You know,
I guarantee you a lot of people are going to be envious of this.
Well, yeah, let's see how you do with some RVD weed.
That's smooth.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never been someone to push it on people. It's weird when people do that. Come on, hit. That's how I started. It was actually my 21st birthday, and I was in Jamaica on a wrestling tour. One night, I caught myself in rotation in one of the cabanas and didn't even realize that they're passing the DB around. It comes to me, and I'm like, oh, I don't want that. These guys, Jimmy, hit it, you fucking prima donna, hit it. Everyone else in the room fucking hit it. It's not gonna kill you. Just fucking hit it. Quit being a fucking pussy. It was like one of those dudes, and I was just like, so I hit it 2 times, and then I found myself just staring at the wall.
Yeah.
And I was so paranoid because they're already picking on me, give me a hard time. And I'm just like, fuck, they're gonna notice I'm just staring at the wall. They're gonna fucking call me an asshole.
You do start getting paranoid.
Inside, I'm getting paranoid, and I'm like, dude, turn your fucking head, look at the TV, it's right over there. But I was like so into the stare, and I was like, and I'm like, fuck, this isn't cool. What am I doing? And then Slinker, the guy that gave me the name Rob Von Dam, he was like, you all right, kid? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. TV, got it. You're done.
Everybody's got their first getting 2 stoned story or first time getting stoned. Because for some people, it don't work right away. You gotta hit it like 10 times or 5 times, 3 times, whatever. Like separate days before it hits you or whatever. But yeah, we don't condone nothing like that. Unless it's in Minecraft, the Perry pack, right? But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was Miscellaneous News. Round of applause for Miscellaneous News. So, yeah, I mean, AEW tonight, I'm going to check in with chat, and Hangman was cooking. Mox comes out. The crowd's into it, I suppose. Again, they're opening with more storylines and vignettes. Everyone's saying, oh, AEW's doing so much better. It's because of the storylines and vignettes and all this shit that they're doing more talking and stuff. Do you guys notice that? So everything your boy Phil's been saying. So this is the way to start it. The crowd's into it. They're going back and forth. It's the main event of All In. We've heard the same rah-rah speech from Hangman, though, but he was fiery. Mox this fake tough guy shit, whatever. We've seen this match 8 billion times. So I just am not amped for it, but like hopefully maybe these are the 2 reliable guys. They're going to put on a solid match. Maybe that was the I'm giving the benefit of the doubt here, folks, okay? Maybe that was the thinking that went into it. And they actually have like over 5,000 people in attendance. We'll get into that in a bit. And yeah, so good on them for tonight. Absolutely. And let's hope this show, like, it's been good so far. I missed a lot of what Hangman was saying. I kind of want to go back, but I'll do it after. But see, the sickos just go right to the shut the fuck up chants. Like, if this was WWE, everyone would be like, man, they're yelling shut the fuck up at their main event. Like, they really hate this shit. But sickos won't keep the same energy. We already know how it's going to go down. Let me check in with chat for a minute here. Rabid Wolverine's LC Killer 17 for 5 says, I was at a strip club today having fun. No AEW for me today. Well, good for you, dude, but a strip club during the day? Hopefully you waited till like after dinner or something, my guy. You what? Or maybe you were there since last night and then you just came out. Thank you. George Capture for 5 says, is the Catalyst a free agent? Will he sign with AEW? Hey, dude, who knows? You know what they say, man.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
So he might go for that bag. Fuck Helping Hero HQ on the island. Yeah, guys, check me out on Twitch. I was playing the island. Thank you. And we acknowledge our super chatters here today.
Acknowledge me.
And our members, guys. Memberships are only 99 cents. You get access to my Monday show. Come on over to YouTube. There's a bunch of extra content on there. Patreon as well. Those are my plugs. Super chat in. Hit like. Leave a comment. Come say hello in the chat. Tell me to fuck myself. All that good stuff. Appreciate you guys. We got a lot to get into, man. So we're going to keep rolling. But, like, this is the problem. So this is like, Hangman's going to shank Moxley with a key or whatever he has, and then Yuta grabs him, so he gloms him, stabs him in the head with the thing. This is all in video games, folks, right? We're not talking real life here. And it's like, I'm so tired on both shows of this, like, good guys doing heel shit, and on AEW, like, borderline murder angles, man. Like, especially we live in a world where I don't know if you guys look at the news or go on social media, and I know a lot of it's fear mongering, but like there's lots of wild shit going on. We don't need, people want to watch sport, want to be sports entertained. I don't want to see Hangman. Like, why didn't he just punch Moxo? Why would it be like, I'm gonna stab you in the skull because I put a needle in this guy's cheek before and I'll burn a house down because I'm crazy? It's like, where's our heroes, dude? Heroes and villains. It's on the poster. Brought to you by Superman. Everyone's a tweener. We don't know. No one really has morals in AEW. They just say and do shit. And we don't really know vocation, morals. We don't know the limit to people's, what their fears are, what drives them. We don't know any of this stuff. It's just shit happening. Right? And meanwhile, they're like Superman, where it's like, okay, Superman can leap fast as a speeding bullet. Alien. We know everything about him, right? He has powers. He hides behind these glasses. He's a push around when he's in real life, but in real life, that's not his real life because his real life is he's a fucking alien, right? And his weakness is kryptonite. Like, we understand things about the fucking guy, and then you give us this where it's like, okay, so Yuta just got stabbed in the head, but Hangman's the one laid out because they jumped him 3-on-1. I don't know, bro. It's just silly. Moxley's the ultimate bad guy, so we need someone who's an ultimate good guy to dethrone him, not a guy who's like morally ambiguous, right? Who like might shank you, might stick a needle in your cheek, might burn your house down and throw a cinder block, Where's the guy who's like, I won't kill. I can't. We're better than that. We're better than you. AEW's better than you, Moxley. We don't have to stab people in the back with nail bats and fucking light each other on fire. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that shit. I'll fight you like a man. That's the one thing you can't do, Moxley, is fight me like a fucking man. Boom! Right there. We're like, oh shit, he can't fight him like a man. He just kidnaps. He even uses a girl. He uses a girl to fight for him. And he fucking kidnaps people and he, oh shit, he can't fight like a man. Right there. That's all we need. That's all we need. And now Joe's out here. Oh, we're going to get Joe Claudio at All In, a dream match for the ages, right? Joe comes out, gets the biggest reaction. He's a trios champ. It'll be him and someone versus Claudio and Yuta at All In, It's just madness, man. It's just disappointing. See, here's a girl knocking him out. Oh, but then he rips it away. There's so many things happening. And then he grabs the mic again. Bro, no, this is... Do you know why he keeps putting the mic down, then grabbing the mic, then put it... Because this is 3 weeks of different interactions between these guys. Where this is in one segment, and then later in the show, another segment happens between them, and then he grabs the mic again. That's how you do this. Fuck, they had it. It was so good, guys. I was putting it over. What happens? Just throw it in my fucking face. And then now Mox is contemplating again. So now he's doing the tough guy walk back a second time. And then he grabs a mic again. All In Texas deathmatch. Who cares? We already knew it was going to be that. Do you guys think we didn't know it was going to be that already? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, guys, I'm going to give that a big I don't know. And then we're going to fucking go on. I don't know. News. We're not even at TNA news yet, okay? So let's head on over here. I'm going to play a banjo because now what? Is he going to start cooking on the mic again? No, he interrupts them. Okay, what is he saying? You know that's a lie. Oh my God. Here's the problem. Hangman. The crowd was going cowboy shit. cowboy shit, and he interrupted them to bumblefuck through, hey, Mox, you think I'm not ready for Texas death? I'll do whatever it takes. And then he buckshot lariats a girl. Right? And everyone's fucking cheering it, which, I mean, she's done a lot of vile shit, so she had it coming. I mean, that's a good pop. Here's the thing. When they were chanting cowboy shit, he should have just stopped, slowly looked back, and buckshot at her, and then just stared Moxley down while they're chanting it. He just, again, ruined the moment by grabbing the mic a third or fourth time. It's just quality control, man. Go through this. Have a production meeting. I mean, here's the thing, though. They went extra long on the storytelling. They could have ended that once already. So the sickos, you guys love the sports entertainment, Hollywood storytelling between these guys, the attempt at that. That's what you guys enjoy, okay? Now shut the fuck up and let me cook. Shut the fuck up and let me cook. So we have Tony Storm and Lois Lane. Rachel the Ravishing Raven, Rachel the Reckless. How much did Tony Khan pay to get these done? Oh, we'll do it. Could we send some people to do some vignettes at a media day? You know, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I like that. Tony Storm playing off Rachel Brosnahan, or however you say it. Her playing off it, leading into now here's Tony Storm. All right, you know, very WWE-ish, guys. A very WWE start to this AEW show thus far. And I'm not entirely mad at it. That opening shit dragged a little bit, I won't lie, but okay, so Mercedes is into main eventing. Wow. Mina Shirakawa. Okay, so let's get into it. We have lots of shit to get into tonight, guys, so let's get into it. Anyways, let's play a banjo for TNA news here. So breaking, and this is via Robbie Fox at Barstool. The Hardy Boys will be taking on the Nemeths, First Class, and Rascals in a four-way match at Slammiversary.
And from what I understand, we could maybe announce the Slammiversary match today.
Yeah, and they've been doing hella press lately, and the Hardys are fucking ruling, dude. I love this. I hope they get inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame like this year as well. I think Ronda, the Hardys, Batista. I think that's a fucking healthy class right there. Then a couple like old schooler legends like Demolition. I think they still didn't this year. They did Natural Disasters, right? So maybe you do them next. Yeah.
Yes. So this is an exclusive that we're just breaking. I think it's going to be announced in a couple days from now, but we are going to be getting our rematch for the tag team titles. And it's not going to be an average, ordinary match. It is going to be the match that we made famous. It is going to be the Nemeths, Nick and Ryan Nemeth, defending the TNA World Tag Team titles against myself and my brother, against First Class, against Rascals, and it is going to be a four-way ladder match.
And from what I understand, we could maybe announce
a four-way ladder match.
Yes.
Please don't die. I think they're going to drop the titles there, retire from TNA. I could even see them getting inducted into the TNA Hall of Fame before the event. Maybe not, or they would have announced it now. But yeah, and then I see them going back to WWE in some capacity. Now, I don't know if it's going to be like one more run or anything. But Jeff Hardy also announced that he's been sober for 3 years now. So, like 100% sober for 3 years now. So, yeah, hopefully he's doing well. And we can, like, I don't want to see the Hardys ripping it up with fucking Street Profits. But I mean, if they go back and put a team, like, get a couple guys over, then get inducted. Like, who gives a shit, right? I'm okay with that. If they go job, get a couple wins, maybe do a couple jobs, and then ride off into the sunset. Who would be mad at that? So speaking of the Hardys, they beat the shit out of this mascot here. At the Mets game. And dancing and shit. So TNA Slammiversary expected to sell out. I hate how they word this. Expected to sell out over 3,000 tickets sold. So they're set up. They originally set up for like 4,000 and some. I think they think they'll reach that. I think they'll reach maybe 4,000, right? But they're in a building. It's like a 20,000 seater or some shit like that, something crazy. So I just don't know what they're thinking. The UBS Arena, how many seats does that hold? UBS Arena seats wrestling show. Let's type that in quick. So UBS Arena seats. Let's just type that in. What's the capacity there? Ice hockey, 17,000. Concerts, 19,000. So it's like you're going to do 4,000 people. I guess they consider that a success. I consider it a success that they got 3,000 people, but they should have just went to a venue that holds more like 5,000, 6,000 and then put 3 or 4 in there. You know, that would have been the move, I think. And I think some crazy shit goes down and some faces show up at this show and some people pop up that might really make people go insane. And I think this will be a big show for them. And this is in Long Island, rather. Did I say California? Long Island. So I know that, you know, people who work there are excited. And to them, like 4,000 is a big success. Like that's what they hope for. That's a sellout for their setup. But this vernacular of like people are selling out. I just hate that we play this game. I hate that we play this goddamn game, you know? Every show's a sellout then. Well, we only set it up for 100 people, so it's a sellout. You know, it's just silly. Anyways, though, Santino Marella listened to fans, and Santana Proud has been added. So Mike Santana has been added to the TNA World Title match at Slammiversary. It's Trick Williams versus Joe Hendry versus Mike Santana. This is how over Santana is. They had to add him as a triple threat to Trick versus Joe Hendry, which was supposed to be the big attention-grabbing fucking money world title match, you know, like for TNA at their Slammiversary show. And I'm not knocking TNA. I know I'm just being critical. I'm calling it down the line. And they had to add Santana. Guys, I've been harping on it. He's so over. I've been going over this every show. And that's why. Because look at this. He's on NXT, like in the main event. It's like him and Hendry standing there, eyeing up First Class and Trick and all this shit. And I believe this was supposed to just be a Trick Hendry one-on-one. And this could be how, like, Santana could get this belt. This could be how they keep it off Hendry for a while as well, right? Which I don't know if that's an L. Like, maybe Hendry is losing the steam because WWE introduced him quickly, but that doesn't mean he won't be. It doesn't mean he doesn't get a huge pop at WrestleMania shit. It doesn't mean he's like a nothing burger when he's done in TNA, guys, right? It's ebbs and flows. They got something with Hendry. They recognize how over he got himself. They will now run with him like he's secure in any wrestling company. He's got a job anywhere. He could be in creative in WWE for the rest of his life now, you know? Like he's at that level now. He's a mind which goes beyond the physicality in the ring. The great minds in the business, you know, they will always, the cream will rise to the top, daddy, you know, but the great minds have something like they can go produce and shit after. He can teach people how to get over with their characters in NXT when he's 50 and doesn't want to bump anymore or whatever the fuck. He's good. Hendry's good. People treat it like, oh, one trick pony, he's done. It's like, no, dude, if he showed up at All In with the say his name and they'd be like, oh my God, Hendry, he's the most viral fucking. Hendry built that. They want to diminish him. Fuck that. So yeah, Santana, he's building that too. He's over his shit right now is what I'm saying though. So do they put the belt on him? Is what I'm, because NXT's eyeing him up big time too. and it's his dream to be in WWE. And don't get it twisted. They're trying to do the Puerto Rican, Cuban. They're doing all of Latin America, okay? Latina America. That's what they're trying to do, man. They're trying to cover that whole thing, that whole fucking spectrum there, okay? And Mike Santana would fit right in there, dude. What are you talking about? That'd be fucking amazing. And he's running shows in Puerto Rico and shit. You guys remember the last big WWE Puerto Rico show? You mean that Bad Bunny and Santana and shit wouldn't work, you know? And Damian Priest and all that. Like, come on, man. You got something special there in Santana, and I'm so glad he got at AEW. And we covered it on the last show, too. Angel Ortiz, or the show before. Angel Ortiz is like, yeah, I would like to be on TV, too. Responding to sickos, dude. And it's like, that's what happens when you don't fucking push back and stand up for yourself. Sometimes it's not all about the money. And sometimes you make more money by saying no to a lot of money. Now, I'm not saying say no to a lot of money, chat, okay? It's hard to come by just a lot of money up front at a no. I get it, right? But, yeah, sometimes, like, holding off, you have greener pastures down the road. Down that road there, bud. Speaking of Jeff Hardy, what happened with the Hardy's AEW return with Ariel Helwani? He said that him and his personal problems got him in trouble with the law. I think I never got a fair chance to redeem myself. At least that's how I felt. And I totally understood why they didn't want to give me that chance. I blame myself all the time. Yeah, it's better you guys are not in AEW, though. Honestly, it really is better. Speaking of Ariel Helwani, Matt Hardy had this to say about their time in WWE.
And we knew that Vince early on tried to split us up. Like, there were a few different times where the Hardy, even way before it was time to, I think, because he saw potential in doing things. And, you know, obviously Vince became a big Jeff guy. He loved Jeff. Jeff always been more historically popular than I am, but still, I think people forget how popular I am on my own too, even doing that, which is pretty cool.
Well, when he would suggest this, would you push back early on to break you guys up? Did you have that kind of
we
say in things?
No, I mean, not really. I don't. I don't think we kind of had that.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Right.
Okay.
But I mean, there was some times, you know, where there was a scenario where they were trying to do something and Jeff didn't feel comfortable about it, and none of us really did, and then we just like got taken off TV for a few weeks.
Oh, really?
But still did house shows.
Okay.
Because they were trying to push us into a split.
Okay, like sort of as a punishment.
I think so.
Damn. Yeah, Vince. Yeah. You can only be fucked up if your name's Shawn Michaels. Everyone is selfish. So here's what the Hardy Boys have to say about the TNA locker room right now. Now, in a little bit, we're going to talk about Britt Baker. And, you know, we have Queen Aminata piping up and either taking shots at her or aligning with Britt. But we see this all the time. This messy Camille comes and goes. People's friends, nepotism. The fans turn on Mariah May. You know, backstage conflicts, slaps, fights, all this bullshit all the time in AEW, right? And then you come over to TNA and we're showing you guys how Carlos Silva runs the whole backstage, giving the award. They have these team meetings, even though they only show up to tapings and stuff like that, right? Like they all separate and go off on their ways, then come together in TNA when it's time to tape television and do pay-per-views and stuff like that. And that's sort of how it is in AEW as well. But in TNA, it's not so cliquey. And you don't hear stories like this about the AEW locker room either. And I mean, going into All In, there's been rumors that the morale's been a little bit low. Now, again, rumors, schmoomers, I don't fucking know. But I think when the wrestlers speak about it, you can really get a sense of it. There's no AEW wrestlers who've ever come out and been like, the locker room's so great, we support each other, it's the best, da-da-da-da-da. It's always like they're cliquey, they're shitty, this drama happened, I don't know what I got to do to get booked, I'm at work, da-da-da, people don't come to the ring, you know, the young guys aren't trying to learn, people are filming 3 weeks of vignettes. We hear all this stuff, and I just quoted a bunch of different people there, from William Regal to Punk to fucking so many different people I just threw in there. But TNA, where we hear how the locker room's so together and tight-knit, and even when D'Amore left, it was demoralizing. But at the same time, they all rallied together, and people weren't, you know, there were some people kind of bitter by that, but TNA told people, if you're disgruntled, like, you can pretty much go, or we're moving forward like this, and And I mean, the Hardys are talking about how strong and tight knit it is. Same within WWE, and we see that with the reality shows. Pal, those are all fake. I get it, but the reality shows, the curtain being pulled back. Like, okay, LFG's fake, but like the drama on it's fake for the most part. I mean, some of it's real, I guess, maybe, but for the most part, 95% of it's fake, and they're all tight-knit working together. And you hear about how tight-knit the locker room is backstage in WWE as well. You hear about some stuff like, hey, some people get aggravated that like Roman can just pull up on a plane, but we've never really heard anything come of that since. It seems like everybody's tight and having the best time ever. TNA is the same way. Let's take a listen.
Can you describe the feeling right now in TNA today, back when you were, as opposed to like back when you were with like the older guys, right? Like the Hogans of the world, the Bischoffs of the world.
Sure.
It feels like a totally different time.
Yeah, totally different. I mean, it's they've been through a few different transformations, obviously.
And people are like, Ariel Helwani's a WWE shill and he hates AEW. No, they don't let AEW guys, unless you're MJF, go on that show, because MJF's persona, and this is what he tells Tony. Oh, well, like I have to do whatever I want. I'm like it's my gimmick, Pat. Like Tony's in on it. So it's like a work. They think they're working. I'm just going to go there and work them, bro. I know that's what it is. No one else from AEW is allowed to go on the show. And Ariel's a WWE shill, bro. He has to interview TNA guys, and he has to get released. I mean, he did get Cross recently, which was cool. But again, Cross is the kind of guy where they let him do whatever. He went and did Eddie Bravo's conspiracy theory pod, where they talked about like the Illuminati and flat earth and shit. You guys know what I'm saying?
Wrestling's not fake!
So like he's off doing his own. He does whatever he wants as well, I guess. But yeah, man, it's like Ariel, and I'm not saying the Hardys are bottom of the barrel, but they're in fucking TNA. Like okay, I guess Cody Rhodes was on there too. So what I'm painting a picture of is he's not fucking shilling for anybody. He's getting everyone on the show, right? It's just not his fault that AEW people can't go there, right? Cora Jade went on his show and is like, I don't think I'd go back to WWE or whatever the fuck. Maybe that was CVV, but either way, it's like saying CVV's a shill when he interviews everybody, but he's able to point out like, well, Dave Meltzer's a dumb fuck, but whatever, I even worked in AEW, pal. I'm not allowed to work there because I said things that maybe were unfavorable. I wasn't asked to return or whatever. So I was honest about this, right? That's how it works in AEW. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, we can't be calling Ariel a shill. Maybe he kisses ass a little bit of Nick Khan because they're boys that go way back. And maybe he would, I don't know. There's people pointing out Ariel's numbers and Yahoo Sports numbers. They're not really looking that great. And that this uncrowned shit has been a pretty big L thus far. Big L, rest in peace, right? So Ariel I've seen some rumors like Ariel just wants to fucking get that TKO job now that this is going to blow up. I don't know about all that. That's what I'm getting at.
Obviously, but at that time they got some steam, but I think they didn't play the cards like they should have played the cards. Right now we have a great roster who is working for the greater good. Everyone is very selfless. Everyone wants TNA to grow, and it has been. We have a new boss right now that just came in, Carlos Silva, and he's been doing a great job. He's super passionate, super motivated. Not a wrestling guy per se, but he is learning on the fly, and he is super motivated to make TNA as big as it can possibly be. And we're both happy. I think what started kind of this resurgence in TNA was Dolph Ziggler, Nick Nemeth coming and becoming the champion. I think that was a good boost for them.
Why do you feel that way? Why was that a turning point?
I just think Dolph Ziggler, Nick Nemeth, he'd been on TV for 20 years, WWE, established star. A lot of people were surprised. They thought he'd probably be a lifer, at WWE. And then he came in, and he is a very talented guy. And I think he brought a lot of star power, a lot of name power, and people started taking TNA a little more serious. And then you have Joe Hendry, who became viral, and I think you just recently visited with him. Yeah, he's the best. Joe Hendry rules. And he became a viral sensation, so that's helped with everything. And then I showed up out of the blue. Nobody knew. He didn't even know. I'd kayfabed everybody.
Monet and Mina, I mean, they did have a decent match. It got a little sloppy when they were doing the, hey, let me do the 619 around the apron and then kick you and then tornado DD. Like, that was sloppy shot, but again, Monet just steals away. It's like so predictable and shit. Now Toni Storm hits the ring, she runs.
You didn't tell your bro?
I had no idea, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't even know. out of the blue. Nobody knew. He didn't even know. I'd kayfabed everybody.
You didn't tell your bro?
I had no idea, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just old school business, I guess.
I like that.
I definitely would have told him. But then, I came, and then Jeff ended up following me. And when he showed up that night in Chicago, we were just talking about that crowd that night. They were amazing. They were red hot, but it was probably 1,700 people, sold out, standing room only. They sold extra tickets so people could stand. And just now we're going to be doing UBS. And we've done shows this year with, 5,000 people, 4,000 people. We've had some great houses already this year. So I think us being back obviously has helped out as well. And then to top everything off, the NXT TNA partnership has been super beneficial. You know what I mean? Especially crossing. And I think the thing with Trick being the champion is a pretty unique story. And
so if you guys notice what's happening, right? Monet got one over on Storm this week. Next week, if she gets another one over on her, then it's obvious or if Tony gets one over on Monet. So Monet got her this week. Tony's going to get her next week. And then at All In, Monet's going to win. That's what's going to happen. It's just so basic. I can see it a mile away. It's such bad booking.
And I kind of dig that they're doing that.
Yeah, shout out to Hardys and TNA right now cooking. So Mustafa Ali recalls a moment when Vince McMahon mistook him for Arya Davari. So we have Vince mistaking people for Shelton Benjamin. Benjamin Shelton, dude. And then we have Vince mistaking Mustafa Ali for Arya Davari. So I'm in the ring. I did this move, reverse 450 splash. The match is over. As I'm walking towards Gorilla, towards the backstage, Vince typically doesn't come to Gorilla until Raw starts, and Raw starts immediately after the show. So Vince was walking down the hallway to Gorilla, and he bumps into Arya Davari. Arya's wearing a three-piece suit, and Vince goes up to Arya, goes, hell of a finish, kid. That was impressive. And keeps walking by. And Arya just, thanks, boss. And Arya walks up, and then I walk in and walk by, and Arya's like, hey, Vince totally thinks that I'm you. And he's wearing a three-piece suit. Listen, either Vince was 100% fucking trolling and is like that type of dude who will do a racialist type of fucking joke like that, just like blatantly and troll, or like he was really losing his idiot. Shit. And I think he was really losing his shit. That's what the fuck I think, man. And that is a crazy story. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA News. I'm going to check in with chat here. Guys, there is like damn near, let me see here, well over 350 watching across YouTube and X. If you're on X, look for the link. Come watch over on YouTube. Vote in the poll. Do you think Tony Khan, this is like a wake-up call for All In and the pending ticket sale disaster, which we're about to cover. We're going to get into AEW news right away here. And yeah, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, become a member, super chat in, hit dislike, leave a comment, leave a chat, vote in the poll. Thank you for supporting what I do. And yeah, I hope you guys are having a great day. It's hot where I'm at. I'm drinking some soda water and an iced coffee. And Dynamite 300 thus far, I know I'm babbling over it, but I mean, decent show. I mean, the opening thing went a little long. They shit in my mouth. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it a bit. Okay. And then that match was okay, just predictable. Like we knew what was going to happen. And then she starts playing with the cake and the food. Like we knew there's a cake out there, so someone's going to get a cake in the face or a, so it's just overly predictable. It's bad, shitty old WWE stuff that would get shitted on. If the women in WWE were doing this, they'd be like, what the fuck? Evolution's coming up and they're doing cake spots with girls and blah, blah. We all know that. So that's what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on a second. Let me just look. So guys, how many are watching on the Clips channel? I have not been asking for 100 likes as of late. You guys have been doing it on your own. Or I've just been like, fuck it. We're at 76 likes, over 150 watching on the Clips channel. So I'm going to give you a second to run those likes up to 100. We're almost there before we get into the, the whole lot of news here. What do we have? How am I going to order this, guys? Yeah, so we will get into AEW news next. We did Miscellaneous and TNA news. We will do AEW news next. I'm going to check in with chat, though, as we do here at PWT. George Capture for 2 says chat wants Jericho before they like. Okay, that's fine. Well, someone tempt me because I'm not playing him until we get to 100 likes. Just hit it. All of those shoe boxes in the limo have to be a reply to the WWE stars being on that shoe buying show, right? No. Do we know any of Tony Khan's past if he's been in jail or I don't know and I don't care. Ricky Day, that's too much. I don't care if he's been to jail unless it's like for doing heinous shit to children or, that's when I'm like, okay, fuck you, but otherwise, nah, like don't even matter. Sassy Girl, hi PWT. Hey, how you doing? Sassy Girl 8724. There you go. Erica M, is soda water Canadian for seltzer or a different product? No, like I'm not drinking an alcoholic beverage. I'm just drinking a straight up soda water. I like to indulge in them. I love soda waters. Like I said, me and Tony would be bros, man. We'd be total bros. We'd play Mario Kart and fucking drink soda waters all night, man. Swap wrestling favorite matches and shit. That's all cool, but I'm allowed to say is creative as shit. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't let TK around any kids, period. Fair. I mean, that's... as an adult, you can discern what adults you would want around children or not if they're yours, I suppose. Let's scroll way up. Okay, basic bitch booking. Okay, let's go back down. So 100 will get Jericho. Stay at 99, team. Pedo. Okay, let's not talk. Yeah, stop. Okay, you got Rick and Morty, another show that's declined in quality in the last 5 years. True. I think they had new writers and shit though. Seltzer water is the same thing. I don't know why, but since they started putting alcohol in seltzer, people just assume everything with seltzer has to be alcoholic. Yeah, exactly. Also, like, I'm particular. So, like, I'll go out and get what's called a skinny bitch. Okay. Sometimes, and it's just, I'll get a tall glass of ice with a double or triple of vodka, the rest soda water. And like, I want it loaded with ice. Soda water though, not the tonic water. Cause that has that shit in it. Whatever it is. It's like, you might as well, I don't know if it's like sugar or sucrose or whatever the fuck. I don't know, but it has that stuff in it. So it's gotta be soda water particularly. Then you squeeze a couple limes in that bitch, Sassy Girl gifted 5. Oh my goodness. Are you acknowledge you guys. Memberships are 99 cents. You get access to the Monday member shows, and also you can gift memberships.
Acknowledge me.
So get like Sassy Gal. Club Soda. Where's Pete and Boris? I don't know. Q9. Okay, you guys ready for more news? Let's get into some AEW news. How about that? Okay. Or do I hit the Jericho? Someone make the call right now. If somebody fucking persuades me right now, they can make the call whether Jericho gets played or not. Wheatley vodka. Wheatley, so good. I drink it neatly. I've never tried it. I would love to. Boris is overseas, so I get him. Okay. White Claw and Truly are just repackaged Zima. Okay. Jericho. Chat saying Jericho. News. One of my favorite parts of the show is interacting with chat. Yeah, patriotic alcoholism. Yeah, you're right, dude. You're absolutely right. So Bowens is coming out. We have the 4-way going on. MJF's wearing a full-blown MVP fucking getup. Yeah, Wheatley looks legit. I just don't know about like all-American beer and stuff. You know what I mean? Here, I'm going to refresh this, chat. I'm refreshing and looking. Um, 86 likes. Yeah, me. This Lois Lane is Dave Meltzer. That's the biggest asshole thing I think I've done. Chief Wahoo has been a member for 1 month and says, "Hey, yo, PWT. I'm Sandra D." Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun. Everyone who says Jericho's a masochist. Okay, guys. Well, let me look over here. I'm going to look over here now. Me just thinking my noodle here. We got a lot of AEW news, guys. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, to kick this four-way off, we actually, okay, so MJF just handed Brody King a stack of money. And then he throws it down and is like, I won't accept your money to team up with me. And then MJF just cowers out of the ring, which he could have done from the get-go. Someone has to grab one of those bills and confirm if it's true or not. If you're there at Dynamite and also listening to PWT. No, I'm just joking. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for everyone's favorite segment, and it is called Chris Jericho Youth Gone Wild.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
So Jonathan Maloney became a new member.
Acknowledge me.
Let's go, dude. Welcome to the chaos and the madness. Ladies and gentlemen, all together in the chat at the same time, Ichi Nissan Da for AEW news.
Yeah.
So, Darby Allin climbed Mount Everest. He got back down in one piece. And Denise Salcedo asked his former tag partner, Sting, what he thought about this whole ordeal.
Your pal, Darby Allin, has climbed Mount Everest. Have you had a chance to talk to him, and also your thoughts on that?
I'm not surprised that he made it there and back, although anything can happen on that mountain. Darby Allin, if anyone can do it, Darby Allin is going to pull it off for sure. He was in contact with me the whole trip he was up there. He gave me a video of him at the top of the mountain, which I'm not going to say anything about quite yet. He didn't have any oxygen on when he gave me that, but he showed me a panoramic view from the very top of the world, and it was just like crystal clear. It looked like he was, snow skiing or something, but no, this is way beyond that, obviously. So what is next for Darby Allin? Who knows, man? Space, the final frontier.
Your pal.
No doubt. So speaking of that climb, I found this video to be quite funny, and I quote tweeted it, and I was being an ass. I was like, what, did AEW fans follow Darby up the mountain or what? Why does it look like this? So here's from Nature is Amazing. This is like Mount Everest. People just left it. It's trashed. It looks like shit. I don't know what happened here. If maybe a bunch of people died. This is like a squishing or something. I don't know. But yeah, I had to make the joke. What did fucking sickos follow him up there? I'm so sorry. But if the joke's there, you got to fucking take it. It's just that simple. So at the Curtis Colwell Center in Garland, Texas. So this is for the July 10 Collision on Thursday. They have 1.7 thousand tickets sold, and they're set up for 2.9 thousand. So this is in Texas as part of like the Texas week. They're not selling a lot of tickets, man. And there's a lot of shit going on. Like even the residency, they're set up for like 1,010 people, and they're at like 900 tickets sold. And it's like, those should just sell out immediately. And the seating's been moved around at All In, which we're going to talk about. All In's been a disaster. The seating's been moved around. There's people, Ticketmaster's offering refunds. People buy certain rows, and then the rows are going to be changed. And they keep reconfiguring it because of the fact that they have comped so many tickets for this show, dude. And it's not me trying to be shitty. Again, I always give the benefit of the doubt. In London, I didn't know. I asked people there. I didn't know. In Texas, I'm not over there, so I asked Brendan Schaub. I asked no down there in Alston, B, at the Comedy Mothership, and what I found out was, yeah, dude, they're comping shitloads of tickets, okay, and at this show here, this was last week's Dynamite. This is my 10th row seat. Very disappointing. So someone bought a 10th row seat, and they're behind like a thing where they can't even see the ring. 10th row what? Is it supposed to be floor seat? I just don't know if this is legit or not. But either way, like, I just don't know if this is legit as far as, oh, I bought a 10th row ticket. Like, is that on the building or is that on their shitty setup? And look at the other empty side. And, like, what's the smattering of people there? People who are like, no, I bought my ticket for this seat, so I refuse to leave. I don't want to be on the hard cam side. Right? Because the Dynamite I've been to, man, they fucking made, like, they flowed everyone to the other side. Like, they come and tell you, and there was no one on the other side, you know? So, yeah, I just don't and I had a whole row to myself, like 7 rows back. But I was just, like, on the right-hand side of the hard cam. So if you're watching Dynamite right now, I was on that other side, like not on camera, on the other side, like 7 rows back. Me and my wife had a whole row. I'm not joking, a whole row. And then all the rows behind us were empty. So I was just, you know, taking all the space I needed. So maybe I was like 6 rows back or 5 rows back or whatever. But either way. So yeah, this is it's just ridiculous. We're going to see more of that. Speaking of which, what we're going to see more of tonight, we should see Kenny Omega and David Cornsweat and Lex Luthor and MJF all link up as well. We saw Tony Storm and Rachel Brosnan. If I missed any of the other ones, chat, I apologize. But the Tony Storm Rachel one was cool. I mean, good brand integration, I guess. They've always done this. They promote all their movies on AEW, you know, because there's live viewers viewing, I suppose. Right. I don't know if I mean, it's sort of free marketing. No, like is it? Let's think about it. Right. They run the commercial for that movie or they like Minecraft, whatever. And they know we're going to have at least 500,000 to 700,000 people watching this live show all night on Wednesday. Why don't we just have Superman ads or Minecraft ads or Godzilla King Kong ads throughout the night on this thing? And it's plastered like their whole barricade. People get mad. Oh, Beyblade. Oh, there's a Beyblade ad before this guy's entrance. Oh, there's a KFC. This match is brought to you by Dude Wipes, and the posts say Dude Wipes. Meanwhile, AEW's whole show is Superman. The whole thing. The whole thing. No one complains about it. The whole thing's Minecraft. We've seen this numerous times. So I just think, yeah, that's why they get away with doing this. And then Tony Khan goes, can we get some of our superstars to link up? Well, they're in Florida for Media Day. Can we show up and film some vignettes? I'm Tony Khan. I'm a billionaire. I can, you know what I mean? I have connects in all, they have connects in all these worlds as well, you know, entertainment, everything. So it's smart for them to do this. And I'm happy they're doing this. And it's more sports entertainment-y, right? What does Superman and shit, what does WBD or DC Studios benefit from advertising on the show? It's simple. It's just what I explained. There's 500,000 to 700,000 people watching the show all night and for free to them, right? They're just Superman's in everyone's face. If you're channel surfing, you see this big Superman thing, maybe you'll watch some wrestling, but you go, oh shit, Superman, right? Minecraft, Jack Black, whatever. Okay. Moving along here. So the Tony Storm one was good. So I look forward to seeing more of those. So 30 seconds. Here's a spot here last week where Ospreay's standing there and a miniature of him is walking the ropes.
Bigger on the back.
And it's like a 30-second rope walk where he's like walking around and doing his Ric Flair strut and doing Hogan, and Ospreay's just standing there like a dumbass while this guy walks across the entire ring. The camera does, oh yeah, get a drone shot. And it's the dumbest shit ever. And Ospreay's just like, and he's not even selling well. He's like reaching, it's not even a good sell. That's supposed to be your top star. Like, no. Backstage, you go, no, you're not doing that to me. Oh, we hope get him over, bruv. No, it didn't get him over. It looks like a goof, and you just buried yourself on Triller TV and TBS and whatever the fuck else is. Humiliating, man. Humiliating. The floor layout, and this is via AEW ticket map updates, and fucking sickos are attacking this guy, and they're like, man, like Dav Boros hitting him up. You should think about what you post before you post it then, man. No, you guys don't get to dictate people who are smarter than you when they tell the truth. You don't get to dictate what they do and how they interact, you entitled pricks. These fucking, I'm telling you, man, it's sociopaths out here in the IWC, the majority of people. But yeah, he's like, the floor layout for All in Texas changed. Sections no longer existed and seats got changed. I've seen people confirm that Ticketmaster have been offering refunds to those whose tickets were changed. This could be why seats keep coming back and the count keeps dropping. Yes. Like we covered it before. Maybe it's another tweet that I have bookmarked, but it's like, seats that were unavailable are now available, and they change shit. And then it's like, well, what's going on? And so people are going to show up to the show, and they're not even going to be like sitting where they thought they got tickets and stuff. It's going to be weird, man. And I hope this is a wake-up call for everyone involved. Vote in the poll. But yeah, man, I'm giving this Dynamite a fair shake. I mean, this 4-ways, whatever. And All In, I want to try and etch a sketch my brain is what I've been telling everyone. I want to try and like go into it fresh, even though they're going head to head with WWE. So it's going to be so hard. But because I'm going to be comparing it the whole time, just naturally watching them both at the same time. But I want to go into it fresh and just like give AEW a new chance. Like, hey, if they end the Moxley shit, what do they do on the Dynamite after? Like, what can they do to, okay, let's say all this momentum they're talking shit about is true. How do you capitalize on it? What's the thing? Show me. Does Moxley get dethroned? And like, what happens other than that? Who can return or debut that we don't already know, whose name is floating out there and shit? There's just really nothing, man, that could really, because that's what AEW is known for too. Oh my God, this crazy debut. Can you believe it? And now none of these dudes, like, no one cares. And none of these dudes do that because all their contracts are stooged. It's like a game of like, who the fuck can get stooged first? And Tony's not signing everyone. So I don't know. Ticket map updates. Keep doing your thing. I don't get mad at you, bro. Even if you are biased towards AEW, I don't care. I like what you do for like a historical context. Same with Ticket, Wrestle Ticks or whatever, you know. But the distributed is the key thing. They have over 19K distributed. I'm more mad at Meltzer, who's saying they have 19,000 sold confirmed. No, they don't. He knows he's lying. We're going to get into that. MJF wins, so he's the number 2 in that casino match where he has to fight through 30 guys. Why would you want to win number 2? Oh, I could end the match quick. Well, that's not going to happen. 15 guys are going to come out. We know, because that's the point of the match. Otherwise, don't book it. The first 2 guys pin each other out, people are going to boo and say, we didn't get our money's worth. That's why that stipulation's fucking dumb, and no one points that out. And anyways, moving along here. So, yeah, they're moving everything around. I quote tweeted that and just said they comped so many. They keep moving shit to try and make a good look on TV, and Tony Khan sweating the pending disaster. Mercedes Monet Vernado says, I can't believe next week is AEW Dynamite 300 will be my 1000th match. So, Macha Slamovica. So, it's her 1000th match that we just saw at AEW Dynamite 300, and it's Collision 100 this Thursday, I believe. Okay. Shout out Monet for having a long and storied career. So Jim Ross says that cancer's gone, which I'm very happy to say. So, I'm blessed that my health has returned, King, and I'm feeling pretty damn good, by God. And so shout out JR, man. Let's give him some air horns for getting rid of his cancer again, man. This guy's a fighter, to say the least, one of the GOATs. So here we go. Awful Wrestling, the fuck your I'ma delete your video. Here's the Big Boom AJ guys, who we haven't seen on TV in AEW in quite a while, and they are holding the WWE title. And, of course, we have Britt Baker taking a picture of, who is this? Jesse Cove. Who is this? I don't know who this is. WWE champ, you do okay to be frank in WWE, bud. And that's what Britt Baker reposted, and she's there at this con or whatever, and Awful Wrestling says, will AEW make Britt Baker delete this photo? Does she have more pull than Big Boom? Who was told to scrub the video of him holding WWE gold? And most importantly, why'd she post it? Well, because she wants to get the fuck out of there. And I guess the dirt sheets are talking about it. So when your boy Philly before is saying, hey, there might be some big names, and I said maybe Edges, maybe there's Britt Bakers and things like that. Yeah, so it's like Britt Baker's sitting there going, how long is my contract frozen for? Because she's had a lot of injury time and time where they let her go do stuff, and she may have agreed to freeze. We don't know, right? We don't know. It's all private over there. So, you have bullshit rumors coming out about her. Maybe they're bullshit, maybe they're true. And then you hear her like kind of shooting, right, on AEW a bit in interviews, but then Ray Phoenix gets his merch frozen and everyone's like, whoa, wait a second, right? What the fuck's going on? Is that legal? Are they allowed to do that? And then all of a sudden Phoenix kind of gets let go because Tony Khan's like, oh, fuck. And this is all allegedly, by the way, right? This is just a comedy show. This is South Park.
Allegedly.
Right? This is Matt Stone and Trey Parker, okay? And so, like, now we hear she's trying to get out of her shit, whatever. Fightful's confirming that her contract is until 2026 and that she might be frozen through till 2027. Because it could possibly be that long, maybe it's whatever, but September 2026, I think is what they said, right? So we're just going based off what other people are saying. I'm not saying anything. But I said it, man, 2025, 2027 are going to be – what's Bailey and Knight, by the way? We're the taped rib brothers. Our gimmick is our ribs are hurt. No. Anyways, so 2025, 2027. That's all I'm saying. I think those are going to be huge transition years. And another gentleman that, I think through 2026, he'll still be in AEW, maybe even through some of 2027. But Keith Lee is saying that he's quite fine. Of course, that's what he said. I'm quite fine, indubitably, right? Yes, indelibly. I feel indelible, actually, right? I find this question rather elementary. But yeah, he's quite fine amid AEW absence, rather, and claims that it is not up to me when it comes to a return. So another dude who might be frozen a little bit through till 2027 because of this, a lot of that injury time, and right. So Keith Lee, man, and I don't know if you guys want to see him in the Fed. I'm not saying he's trying to actively get out of WWE or anything. But for Britt Baker, the rumors are she is, and her deal's not, and she's trying to see if she can get out. It's probably true. And again, dirt sheets, you're blowing up her fucking spot. Like if she does it quietly and amicably, I think it could happen. Now we have rumors going on, rumors and innuendo, which we'll get to in a minute. But here's some more solidification, if you will. Now who's using the big words? Oh, but Real Britt Baker posted this also on Instagram. A bottle of water can be $1 at a supermarket, $3 at the gym, $5 at the movies, $6 on a plane. Same water. The only thing that changed its value was the place. So next time you feel your worth is nothing, maybe you're at the wrong place. Now, come on. Why is she posting that shit? She's saying, like, listen, I'll take less money and go to the Fed, right now. That's what she's saying. It's what she's saying, chat. Am I cooking? One's in the chat if I'm cooking. Come on now. That's what she's saying right there. And we had Queen Aminata actually post a response to that, a little bit of a response. I don't know if she's aligning or if she's sort of taking a pot shot or if she's saying, look, here's my worth, because Queen Aminata, again, is a great hand, a great look. She tweeted out before they asked her, are you wrestling? And she's like, nah, I don't really do that much anymore. And then all of a sudden she's on TV in one match, loses in like a qualifying match again. And she's somebody who would really benefit from an NXT. So she responds, $6.50, $6.50 bottle of water, right? So Britt, like her thing was $6 on a plane, and then Aminata's got a $6.50. Like if that's not a sign from God of Aminata's water, or what water worth in water, rather, be water, my friend. Be like the bowl. It goes in the pot. It becomes the pot. It goes in the bowl. It becomes the bowl. Be water, my friend. Right? But if that's not a sign to Aminata, like, hey, this $6.50 fucking Evian here is your worth. Like, you could be, or maybe she's taking a shot at Britt Baker. Who knows, right? But I'm fucking interested. Backstage drama. It's the drama that we love. We love drama as a human species. It's so weird. And Keith Lee, man, he addresses, well, this is his direct quotes. I mean, he said, again, I am quite fine. It's not up to me when I return, but blessing to you as well. And Keith Lee says, I've been good for quite some time, though I do appreciate the concern, but no campaign required. Things happen the way they're supposed to. And eventually the purpose will show itself. So I don't know, dude. I don't know if he would be better in even WWE. I just think he's this quirky, big athletic guy who wants to wear capes and cosplay and do his own thing, you know? Maybe he'd like to be with his wife eventually. But if I'm AEW, I'm pushing him, with his size and shit and the shit he can do. And yeah, I just hope he's healthy. He's saying he's healthy. That's great. I hope he comes back. But I just think his style, I don't know if people would eat that up in WWE like they would have years ago with the NXT black and gold, right? But maybe they would. Who knows? Speaking of re-signings, though, some people are re-signing with AEW, and Ian Riccaboni says that he re-signed with AEW ROH, very grateful and excited for what is to come, celebrated by eating some hot dogs at the Iron Pigs at various points since reaching an agreement, which was a while ago at this point. So a lot of hot dogs for me and my family. AEW Dynamite 300 is tomorrow. See you in California. And good for him. And then I saw people taking shots at Kevin Kelly from this. And it's like, God damn it, man. The internet's so cruel. Kevin Kelly's been around the block, man. Just because he doesn't bow down to the cult doesn't mean he's like less of a human or a shitty fucking person or anything like that. Alfred Konuwa, man, he's been getting the big guns, dude. He interviewed Bully Ray, who fucking cooked him, who pressed him early on. You guys should check that out, man. Bully presses him early on. It's hilarious. And then he's interviewing Mark Henry here. Just a lot of great interviews. Shout out Alfred Konuwa. This is nasty. I'm going to get him back on the show soon, hopefully, for you guys. I'll reach out to him about it. We were just chit-chatting the other day a little bit, and I was just, commending him on his good work. And he was just shouting me out for a tweet I'd put out as well. And Forbes writer, Pro Wrestling Bits. That's what I was trying to think while I was babbling there. Pro Wrestling Bits is his YouTube channel. So check out his interview with Mark Henry. Here's a clip from it. AEW favoring the smaller guys.
I feel sorry for the big man in pro wrestling right now.
So again, talking about big men, Keith Lee, Powerhouse Hobbs, Wardlow. Tony Khan doesn't see the value in them as opposed to like a Blake Christensen. I think that's his name. Or and not to shit on Mike Bailey. You guys know I like Mike Bailey, but like a Mike Bailey or a Daniel Garcia maybe is a better pull, right? Like a Daniel Garcia, he doesn't value a guy like Wardlow the way he values a Garcia or the way he values a Hobbs or a Samoa Joe. And it's unfortunate,
Now, and people will be like, why you feel sorry for him? I feel sorry for him because it's kind of like the reverse role You know, like in America, my white counterparts think that if black people come to power, that we're going to do the evil atrocities to them that was done to us, and that's not the way black people are. Like, you know, if it ever switched, it would be more benevolent leading, because that's why a lot of the African tribes got taken over, because they didn't want to kill their brother. They might be mad at you and not want to do business with you, but they wouldn't want to kill you over it.
Okay, wait. What the fuck happened? Am I playing the wrong clip? Like, where did this just take a drastic right-hand turn?
That's the way it's happened with the big.
He's spitting right now, but wait a minute. What the fuck happened? Okay, so he's saying that's what happened with the big guy in wrestling. So let's hear if this analogy
guy
works
and the
here.
little guy in wrestling. The little guy is in power right now, and he has been underneath. The bigger you are, the better you are. That's not always been the case. And now that it is, they want to keep it that way. They don't want the big guy to flourish. There was a time, like at AEW, when I first went to AEW, man, I just saw all the money in the world in Wardlow. And because the powers that be were smaller guys, they ixnayed that shit altogether. Like they wanted it to be more balance.
So do you see that? He's revealing that backstage. They're like, well, we want it to be balanced. No junior heavyweight title. We're going to push smaller guys. Well, Vince did it, and it worked. Yeah. When you're like 5'10", you know, there's a limit, you know, to men's size, to where it's like, okay. Like, everyone's just the same style, and now it's just all one way. And there's none of like the powerhouse guys, you know, and it's crazy
for the smaller wrestler, because the guys that were the best there were the smaller guys, not realizing that the more monsters you create, the better to conquer. I didn't think they let that develop and get there. But anyway.
Yeah, he's absolutely right, and that's fucking terrible.
I feel sorry for
and he's calling it out. Like, he tried to push Wardlow. No, we want it to be balanced. So now everyone's short? Well, that's not balanced. What the fuck? Your average viewer shouldn't be taller than the average guy in the fucking ring. Speaking with Malcolm Muscle on the Muscle Memory YouTube channel, Deonna Purrazzo offered high praise for the TNA wrestling locker room. So again, not even talking about AEW, praising the family atmosphere of TNA with the more competitive nature of the other companies she's worked for. What other companies? Like AEW? I just feel like hands down TNA is the best locker room I've ever been a part of. There's just the real camaraderie. So she's in AEW right now. Fuck, man. Guys, this is what I pointed out in the TNA segment. Listen to how the wrestlers talk about it. You don't got to worry about the dirt sheets when they make up the women's locker room in WWE's in shambles. Don't listen to that. Don't listen to when they're like, oh, it's all peaches and cream and kumbaya. Listen to what the people say. Okay? So Purrazzo says it just creates this really fun environment where it's how can we push each other? How can we be more creative together? How can we come together as a family? They always celebrate people's birthdays. And, you know, they threw Steve Macklin a little pre-wedding party. We threw baby showers and housewarmings and always had fun together as a family. She compared that directly to her time in other promotions. Transitioning to AEW, I think, is probably a lot more similar to NXT, where it's highly competitive. There's only so many spots for women, and if it's not you that week, you want it to be you. And now look at NXT. You can't. Now the whole show's women. So again, man, listen to what the people say who are there. They tell you the story. They don't have to go and bootlick. Oh, well, Goldust bootlicks. He says it's all peaches and cream and kumbaya. Right. Of course he's going to say that. He's making more money than he'd make anywhere else ever. Again. And he can do whatever the fuck he wants, and he's in his old age, and they bring him out as an attraction. Whereas WWE still had him doing house shows here and there. You know what I mean? That's the fucking difference. Of course he's going to say that. Of course FTR, when Tony was re-signing everyone for like 7 years at a time and shit, they signed that long 7-year shit, and dude regrets it. And he's like, fuck, man, my family. You know? Yes, of course he's going to bootlick or whatever the fuck, however the vernacular kids want to use these days. Shill and grifting is just, everyone, even Dave's a bona fide like AEW fucking stan account at this point. But we'll get to that in a bit. So Tony Khan reveals why All In 2025 isn't being held at Wembley Stadium. I'll tell you the truth about it, I will. Oh no, F4W, this is the laggiest site ever. So on the Rich Eisen show, yeah, I'm getting off their shitty website, man. The laggiest fucking garbage site. Go on it right now. I dare you. I challenge you. So yeah, he reveals why it's not at Wembley, but it will be next year, and we know why. Okay, the demand's just not there, and London or whatever the fuck they're trying to get the mayor, right? They want WrestleMania bad. They want WWE. Here is Dynamite's merch stand from Kent, Washington. Now you can buy a Tony Storm shoe for $15. Right? A Dustin Rhodes micro brawler for 40 and it's signed by him. So who wouldn't buy that? It's Dustin Rhodes. Like I would just pick that up. If you put that at a grocery store on my way out, I might go, oh shit. So, I mean, for 40, really? It's signed, so I'll get two. So that's why he stays in AEW, right? Chat. Because he is making great money. There's some of these, is Lashley, when they're going to make him renegotiate with Triple H, is he going to get as much as Vince was paying him? No, but Tony will give him more than Vince was paying him, when you should be giving him less. Outrunners glasses, $20. Okay. Orange Cassidy beaded bracelet set. Oh, fucking beads. You fucking marks like beads. The beads. Yeah, but they didn't do a storyline around it. They did a storyline around whoever gets pushed into a mimosa, above ground pool filled with mimosa. Like, the fuck are you talking about? A $5 AEW logo sticker. And a Willow plush, that's good, but it's so random and just like one thing. Willow hair ties, like one thing for each person. And those are trinkets, I guess. But yeah, just mostly AEW shit, AEW. And that's why it's cultish. Because WWE, like their top selling shirt isn't like WWE shirt. The WWE merch, people don't go and just buy like a WWE shirt unless it's a throwback, like here's our old WrestleManias, or here's like the retro logo or whatever. And even that, you don't see it too much, right? But with AEW, it's all just like, here's where the best wrestle, AEW, AEW, AEW. And then down here, it's like, bruv, like a paddle, okay? These shitty masks that look terrible. These Bandito ones look better. Speedball headbands, okay? And then these dolls signed for like 100 each, 150. Like, that's wild, man. And they're just tucked away at the bottom. And see, they're making money off these signed dolls. They're making more money off that than if Omega had 12 t-shirts up there as well. That's the problem too, because their shit goes through PWTs. And I don't know. See, I'd love someone to do a deep dive on this end of things, but like, is the merch at their shows? Does PWTs get just the manufacturing cut of that? Or is it like, what is their cut from that? Because I know they do like if you order something from AEW shop, I think it's through PWTs, man. So their cut is greater in that as well. If on these shows, is it greater because they're not handling the shipping? And I'm so curious to know how this funky wonky AEW merch setup works. I'm really curious on that. So we're talking about ticket sales and all of that at the Dynamite. This is after All In has sold 940 tickets. The Dynamite after All In, the biggest Dynamite of the year. It can't even sell out the 1,100 setup in Chicago, one of the hottest wrestling towns. Well, they're doing a residency. Well, why are they doing that? It doesn't matter. Oh, our viewership's up every quarter. That doesn't matter if you're nitpicking quarters and year over year you're way down and the attendances are down. The ratings are up and the attendances go up. That's what happens in pro wrestling. Okay? It only matters if the attendances are going up. Well, Raw's going down. No, but it's not. You guys are just trying to figure out a way to make it look like it's going down when globally it's on Netflix. Okay? Globally it's on Netflix. Every time I turn on Netflix, WWE's number one or somewhere in the top 10 every time in Canada. What does that account for all day, every day, and all the WrestleManias? I have such a huge back catalog. When Night of Champions is coming up, they're recommending all the Night of Champions. I throw the WrestleManias on in the background when I'm barbecuing or whatever, when I'm fucking hanging out doing shit around the house. What does that all account for? You guys are just, it's such a, they just want to go like Raw's being beat by Dynamite now. It's such bullshit. And the fucking attendance and everything reflects that. We don't need the fucking max numbers. We don't need the max numbers. So, again, Dynamite did a 613,000 coming off the Grand Slam show. So, again, just a hot lucha summer. Everyone wants lucha right now. And NXT, 729,000 beat them, and Slow and Steady wins the race. I suppose, because what did they say? It's not a marathon or whatever. Is that what Neckbeards is taking a shot at? It's not a marathon, or it is a marathon, or it's a marathon, not a sprint, or whatever they said. What was the saying? Chat will tell me. And yeah, I agree, dude. It's about the fucking long game, you know? So yeah, I don't know. It's just disappointing. Like you didn't retain any of those viewers, so it was all lucha fans. You know, Tony Khan confirms that All In will be held at Wembley Stadium next year. It's going back to Wembley next year too, by the way. Coldplay had booked the weekend out years in advance. So Coldplay booked it out years ago, and so that's why All In's in Texas. But the demand's not. That just means the demand's not there, okay? If WrestleMania is like it's us or Coldplay, London would be like, well, we'll pay you to do it on this other weekend. We'll give you more money to do it the weekend after or before. You know, that's how that works. All In, they're like, whatever. I mean, oh, yeah, you want to rent this fucking build? You want to book this building out and lose a bunch of money? Sure. Just Coldplay's playing, though. We're all going to make a shitload of money, so you can't this year. That's all it fucking is. And then Tony, in America, the demand's not there. Domestically, where the demand should be there the most, in my opinion. And they fucking, because they don't travel to these other places unless it's like, we're going to hotshot a big show. Doesn't work that way all the time, right? There's a reason WWE did all these untelevised European tours for years and years and years and years and years. It's like a yearly thing. But yeah, so next year they're back in London, but this year they're like, we'll settle for Texas, and they had to move it to a smaller venue, and now they're moving it around to fit like 8,000 tickets that have been fucking comped. I don't know if it's 8,000. I think it's like around the 5,000 mark comped. So they're claiming 19,000. So it's to me, it's more like 14,000 and I'm just 30%, Brian. I mean, I'm just talking out of my ass, but like, just being generous, man. Like we heard how long ago that thousands, man. I'm talking if you're to sit there and make bold predictions about invisible fucking max numbers and shit, then I'm allowed to say thousands of tickets have been comped, right? So anywhere from 2 to 5, I would say right now would be my fucking guess. Especially when you have AEW ticket maps themselves going, hundreds were given away today, and it's just like a random Tuesday. And then we have video of fucking Lance Archer. Hey, guys, you guys want free tickets? Go and get these tickets. Like, come on, man. And then we have people locally saying, yes, they're giving people 4 to 6 that they can take. You know, that's crazy. That's so many fucking tickets being given away. I mean, it's got to be in the thousands. And they wouldn't be panic moving around the setup and offering refunds if you don't get the seat that you were promised. And all this shit that you paid for. They wouldn't be doing all that either if there wasn't the worry of a bunch of the comps not showing up. And this turnstile count is going to be real. When Dave goes, oh, the turnstile count's foolish, but WrestleMania 93,000 didn't happen. Well, you know, he's not going to play that same game with this show. You know, and if they do 15,000, okay, they drew that for Sting's retirement, and last minute they were selling tickets to that show for like $1. That's a fact, man. I think Dave Meltzer reported that. So that's fact, dude. The objective observer, man. Facts, Brian, right? So they were piling people in like $1 tickets or whatever it was. Someone pull it. I know that the sheets reported on that. it was like $3 tickets, $1 tickets or whatever last minute for the Sting show, and they got like over 15K in there. Okay, maybe they'll do that for All In, but like last minute you pull up and get a fucking floor seat for $20. That'd be the move. That's the thing with AEW too. They all know don't buy tickets right away. You buy them last minute, you get them way cheaper. And that goes for a lot of shows, but when it's WWE, the scalping is becoming a problem. In AEW, the scalping's not a fucking problem. Everyone knows you can walk up to an AEW show, get a ticket last minute on the cheap. Everyone knows that shit. Moving along here, you know, the 18 to 49 demo that Dave Meltzer says, you know, at first Dave Meltzer says the fucking overall viewership matters. Then he says the key demo is what matters. Now he doesn't even mention either of those because they both don't favor AEW. And look at what Tony Khan posts. Thanks to you, amazing AEW fans, viewership is growing in 2025 for both Wednesday Night Dynamite and Collision. Check out our 2025 growth. This doesn't even include our new viewers on Max. See you tonight, AEW Dynamite 300. Haha. Look at this fucking chart. They don't even include the 18 to 49, which, what do I tell you guys on PWT? Fucking Netflix doesn't even look at that. They look at like 18 to 29 or whatever, then 18 to fucking, they look at different key demo. I'm like, that key demo doesn't even matter. That's all Dave can post about. That's all Raj posts about. That's all fucking anybody posts about this key demo, Brian. And talking about how the key demo is more important than the fucking overall rating and when it benefits him. And then you guys know what I'm getting at here. We don't hear it enough. But what does AEW do? They pick Q4 2024, Q1 2025, Q2 2025. Year over year, they're way down. Okay. So if we just go Q1 2025 to Q2 2025, there's like no fucking growth. Okay. And we don't know how the end of this, like what's Q3 and Q4? Is he going to post the same chart then? No. What happened in 2024? Why don't you go back to Q3 and Q2? Because it drastically shows the slump. And why don't you go back to Q1 of 2024? Because year over year, it's way down and it shows the same thing happen where you guys have an increase and then it fucking drastically decreases. And that's what's going to happen again this year again. And you know that. And so you nitpick these things and put these little fucking lines so that retards read this and think that it actually is like a graph of, see, the graph shows it's going up. I could take one segment of a graph of my YouTube analytics and make it look like it's plummeting and make it look like it's fucking growing faster than Mr. Beast channel or whatever. You know what I mean? Like we could fucking play these games too. This is so incredibly ridiculous. Okay. And it's ordered in the way where it's like Collision Dynamite. Fine. But look at how much. So then that means that Collision, we're not even breaking down this chart because it's such a nitpicky little fucking, this is like a sleight of hand chart that's so ridiculous. Go back the last 2 quarters of 2024. They didn't do that. Why? Because the year over year would look so bad for them. Okay. And that's not even including Max. Well, we know Max is entirely insignificant. Tony Khan posting his initial post on this, the comments were fucking hilarious. People just roasting him. Yeah, it's really silly that they want to play this game, and it just owns Dave Meltzer that there's no 18 to 49, and that's what he always harps on because that demo's going down, and Dave's been trying to make excuses. Well, you know, it's sinking, it's decreasing, but they are all probably just on streaming, Brian. Then why didn't AEW flex them? Not even AEW's flexing them because they know that the key demo in that specific demo is fucked up. And that's the most important one that Dave says is more important than the overall viewership. So fucking Dave just got cooked by Tony Khan, man. He just absolutely got cooked by his own fucking boss.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Hilarious. So moving along, that fake chart doesn't tell you anything, right? This is what year over year looks like. as we've shown you guys before. That's a year-over-year Dynamite. That's what it looks like. Look at 2024, that huge dip. That's why he's not showing you the year-over-year. Literally, we can go back, look at his dumbass chart, then look at here, June, August. So what's that last chart that we just showed you guys? It doesn't show the quarter that's almost exactly a year ago. About a year ago. Yeah, this chart's showing you that this huge dip here is July. Look, June 24, August 24. We're in July. His chart doesn't show you the year over year because literally look how fucking bad they were doing. We have it right here. So I kept this chart in here. We have it right there. That's how fucking low it went, man. And that's why they don't have the year over year for that quarter included in that chart, because it would just humiliate. It would look so fucking bad as well. And that's higher than what they're doing now, year over year. So it's fucking just embarrassing. Anyways, Dynamite on Wednesday experienced a significant drop in viewership in the 18 to 49 demo. So again, they didn't even include the 18 to 49 on Tony Khan's chart. Dynamite averaged 613, down 17% from the Grand Slam show. A 0.15, down 29% in the 18 to 49. Crazy. Tied with 521 as the lowest since April. Year over year, Dynamite's down 10% in total viewership, and the 18 to 49 is down 32%, man. Now, you guys know I don't fuck with this rating shit. Like, it's just, I could fucking fall asleep in class reading this stuff. But listen, these are the ones that pop me, where it's like Tony drops this dumb chart. I'm sorry, this is like gaslighting stupid people. I almost feel it's like scammy almost. He's a carny, let the carny. That's fine. But isn't he a stats guy? Like, doesn't he know that people are going to fucking just call it out for what it is? It's bananas, man. It's pretty insane. The key demo, and they just left it off that chart. And this is what Meltzer talks about all the time. And it's down 32%. Oh, they're all on streaming. Then why didn't Tony put the fucking number on there? And go, even though this is down, it's no, man. No, dude. God. So, Bleacher Report. Here's Awful Wrestling again. Bleacher Report says it's been a high-flying time, but Bleacher Report is taking a step back from the AEW pay-per-view ring. Okay? They're owned by Warner, by the way, WBD. Now they're posting WWE. Punk trolls Cena with Thugonomics theme and entrance. Fucking cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. That is cold-blooded, man. That is cold-blooded. So, yeah, sources have confirmed that Britt Baker is actively seeking to part ways with AEW. We talked about that earlier. Here's Dax. We talked about him earlier, too, but Triple H's thoughts said, Dax's AEW brain has 3 modes. I wrestle for my family. I love AEW, rah-rah. Defend bad booking, bad weekly, episodic TV by upping the stupid factor. So Dax says, exactly, not every match needs to have a reason or a story. Midway through the season, the Lakers can just play the Denver Nuggets just because. Oh, man. God damn it. Bro. That's why you pro wrestle and don't shoot fight, Dax. That's why you're a pro wrestler. Then go fight UFC. Oh, you don't want to do that? Why? Well, because I'm a worker. I'm a storyteller. Exactly. So work us and tell a goddamn story. Well, that can happen in the ring. We know, dude. That goes without saying, though. That's just like the hockey game. We know that the hockey game's going to go down. That goes without saying. We know that they're going to try and play to be the best and get the title. That goes without saying. Now, as they say in our favorite here at PWT Greece, tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. In pro wrestling, that's the beauty of it. You get to expand upon that. Instead of just giving, oh, you know, we're going to play tight defense and give it 110%. You know, we're going to get pucks on net, bud. And, oh, you know, our defense, our coach has been good. And we're in there in the practice room and we're just going to, every guy gives the same fucking interview. Wrestling, you can go and tell these stories. Right? So then this guy responds, Big Uscheski Maddie or whatever. He says the story is both, and I like this response. He says the story is both trying to get the highest position in the Western Conference so they have home advantage in the playoffs. Every NBA regular season game is high stake unless you're a lottery team, you fucking idiot. Now, okay, the fucking idiot part, whatever. I mean, you're ruthless, but exactly. Like what he's saying is it goes without saying. Now expand upon it. That's why you're pro wrestling. Otherwise, go fight someone. Go be an amateur wrestling. Join our league, dude. Here's Kenny and Corn Sweat. Okay. Okay, so there was Omegas and MJFs. That was cool, I guess. So FTR Dax FTR responds and says, that's exactly why wrestlers just wrestle other wrestlers to move up in the rankings, you fucking mark-ass, trick-ass, bitch-ass, muscle shirt wearing, but forgot the actual muscles fucking idiot. What kind of sixth grader roast is this? What kind of fucking roast is this? And he says, that's exactly why wrestlers wrestle other wrestlers. No, there's no ranking system. There is none. There's no even defined fucking divisions, man. Especially not in AEW. So what are you talking about? So let's read one more time his response. You fucking mark-ass, trick-ass, bitch-ass, muscle shirt wearing, but forgot the actual muscles, fucking idiot. That's a terrible roast. Per bodyslam.net, AEW has no plans to release Britt Baker from her contract as they don't want any upcoming WWE shows in Pittsburgh to be announced. They believe it's best to wait until after Evolution concludes. I mean, that's all speculation. They don't want to lose her at all. Tony knows what's going to happen. I don't want it to happen, though. I'm so sorry. Like, I don't want her to show up and then she's just there wrestling Charlotte and shit because they're not going to put her in NXT. So it is what it is. So Collision scored its lowest audience since January for Thursday's episode. Collision averaged 285K with a 0.08 in the 18 to 49. Down 25% from last Thursday. And yeah, this is their lowest audience that have aired on Thursdays this year. So there you go. Shelton Benjamin had this to say, I think that Tony Khan's been great. I like to point this out. No matter what your opinion is, Tony has created a lane for people to be on TV, have gainful employment, and make a name for themselves. So I think first and foremost, I commend him for that because he's, given my career new life. He's given guys who probably wouldn't even get a sniff at the other place a chance to actually be stars. So I think that alone makes Tony a real special guy. Well, he's a special guy, all right. And I'll say this. We all know that this is like year 2 shit to say, Shelton, because he's not giving people a platform to become stars. They're not becoming stars. That's the problem. But you're 50 and getting $1 billion. So I don't blame you for saying I'm sure he's great. I'm sure he's awesome to go to dinner with, get flown around on planes, all that shit. I'm sure he's easy to ask for time off. You probably don't even have to talk to him. So Samantha Irvin's wrestling return could be AEW bound. We all know it is. Right? So we don't even need to talk about that. We know that's obviously what's happening. Tony Khan, he got fucking roasted for this year. 4.5K likes, but again, it's just like brainless zombie likes, bro. Anybody with this is the problem, right? If WWE dropped this same fucking chart on me, I would call it the fuck out. If year over year, it's overall down. Like, we would call it out because this is a gaslighting fucking weird chart to show people. I swear he thinks his audience is stupid. I swear to fucking God. And so, yeah, this graph is a bold-faced lie. Now compare those numbers to AEW from 1923. And this is the biggest propaganda handpicked stats I've ever seen. This is seriously pathetic. The wrestling world is laughing at this post right now. By the way, anyone could do a simple Google search and see how much of a decline AEW has been. Yeah. Jesus, are you high again, lil bro? Now do the viewership since 19. Come on the podcast, TK. Let's celebrate. Yeah. This is why people kiss AEW's ass and won't be honest. And this is the thing. I don't give a fuck if anyone comes on my show ever again. It's still the top pod. I still got the PWT universe. We're still growing. And I still put on the fucking best show anywhere around. And I'm confident in my shit, okay? listen, these people want jobs. They want jobs. They've seen other people get jobs. They want to be, oh, I could maybe host the post show or whatever. I'm telling you, man. And Tony will do these pods with like 90 fucking views, you know, as long as they blow them. You guys are on a run of a lifetime right now. How long before Bischoff makes it about him? Massive congratulations to everyone at AEW for the success of your hard work and today's anniversary. It's just insane to fucking... You're patting yourself on the back for nothing, man. It's just self-congratulatory and falsely just buying your way into the history books. That's all it's been. And it comes across to the masses. To the niche audience, they don't give a fuck. They're just going to watch it. They're robots. They're NPCs. For most people, though, like the masses, it just comes across as like, could you imagine the CFL doing shit like this to the NFL? And then people calling themselves journalists and then covering it seriously, like that's a serious thing that should be discussed. They'd be laughed and humiliated out of sports journalism. So yeah, we talked about that. Scott Steiner on AEW says nobody gives a shit if they're just matches with no storyline and no Steiner line. He's right. I mean, he knows the math. He knows how to do it. So AEW Dynamite 300 in Collision, they drew a house, man. Over 5,000 people in attendance for this show. They're all sitting on their hands right now because they've thrown everything at the wall, and Mordos and Jalistico shouldn't be taking Ospreay and Swerve to the limit. Listen to the crowd. Dead silence as they pan from this big fucking house. So it just goes to, what were they the hottest for? The Hangman Moxley stuff. The storytelling matters, dude. It's the go home to the go home. This match needs to go home. So Johnny Bottles says, despite what this inept narcissistic dipshit is purporting, All In 2025 will not be the highest gate for a non-WWE wrestling event on U.S. soil. That accolade goes to the 1998 edition of WCW Nitro, which, adjusted for inflation, did a 2.85, I guess. We had 8.5. We rounded up high, a high 2.8, Brian. Yeah, for inflation. And even Grok responded to this. We're going to get Meltzer with spurging out over fucking WCW again because they just can't get over Bischoff and these dead companies. They can't beat WWE, so they're fucking crying about companies that don't even exist. And, yeah, adjusted for inflation, Hogan and Goldberg is still the largest gate. And they sold more tickets, and they comped more than AEW's even sold, or... we just looked up the numbers. It was like 21,000 sold, 23,000 comped or some shit, or maybe the other way around. For that show, they comped like 20,000 tickets. Now, maybe I misread that, but think about it. There was like 40,000, like 46,000 people or whatever, and they did a 2 million gate, 2.8 million gate in today's money. Like that even seems low. So Tony's comped the shit out of this, and they haven't even sold 20,000. Let alone comped with their comps 20,000, which is like half of what that show did. So again, they're trying, like Meltzer's trying to use inflation to go, oh, it made more. Meanwhile, even just look at movie critics or like we all understand that Titanic, adjusted for inflation, and Avatar and shit, you know, is the most fucking made the most money, blah, blah, blah. Everyone knows this shit. But like in wrestling journalism, quote unquote, they just are trying to gaslight dumb fucks. That's all it is. It's all it is, dude. It's crazy. It's carny work. It's just them thinking they can work like wrestlers, carny working people. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Ichi ni Sanda for AEW. And of course they're gonna work us. You know what they say.
Be gone.
Oh, sorry, that was the
Sometimes in life you gotta be a hoe.
Be gone as well, ladies and gentlemen. So that was it right there. I'm gonna check in with chat here. What a fun segment. We're gonna get into some other stuff. We have WWE news. We have some sickos. We got some Dave Meltzer action. Let's check in here with chat. So Ed Brown has been a member for 15 months. Let's fucking go. Guys, there's about 400 of you watching on X and YouTube. Find the link if you're on X. Come on over to YouTube. Vote in the poll. Is All In the wake-up call that Tony Khan needs it to be? And the AEW fans need it to be. Okay? Should this be their wake-up call when they see that shit on TV and the
Emotional damage
sets in? Consider becoming a member. It's only 99 cents. You get access to my Monday shows. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes as well. Over 100 videos and access to my Monday shows as well. Or you can gift a membership, super chat in, hit like, hit dislike, leave a comment. I appreciate you all so much. And get those likes up to 100. We played Jericho earlier. Did we pass the 100 mark? I'm unsure. Okay, I have to fill the shill here for a minute. Let me take a look. Yes, 103. So that's awesome. Round of applause for the PWT universe. You guys are goated. Amazing stuff. I accidentally voted yes. I meant no. You fucked up. You fucked up. Tony ain't ever answering the wake-up call. The best guys, Tony Khan, Def Rebel are terrible. I mean, yeah, they're hit or miss. They either have really good ones or really bad ones. Right? AEW has some good themes too. JJ, Jesus Christ. I have to skip some of those. To be fair, no one has gone broke pandering to idiots. You're right, Erica M. Snake oil salesman. It's true. It's true. It's damn true. But here's the thing, though. He'll never go broke. Like he does. It doesn't matter if he loses 100 million on this every year. I don't think he cares. Their PWG's backyard. WrestleTix yesterday said they weren't near the 4,870 cap. Well, that's because they're fucking, last minute walk-ups and they pad the houses a little bit. Less than 4,800. Well, I don't know. Just whatever I pulled up on the screen there is what I was talking about. As 400 of you tune into PWT. Amazing. CFL Post, BC is terrible this year. They took our jobs while I was trying to find the collision ratings. Okay, Dave wouldn't say them. Yeah, because he's a fucking Shillington, which his Shillington's been getting out of control. We have WWE news to get to. So, guys, Becca also dropped B3CCA. She dropped another remix on Becca on God. It was like the dance party remix or whatever, like the disco remix. And I was going to play it on the show in the opener, but she had to like remove it from her channel for some reason. It's like privated or something. Hopefully she can get that figured out because it's like the third remix to that song, which is just genius. And yeah, I do like MJF's. Well, MJF's theme is a YouTube, like it's a free, maybe Tony Khan bought the rights to it, but it was a free YouTube music. You could just use royalty-free music. That's what MJF's is, oddly enough. But Mikey Ruckus makes some bangers. He just follows some fucking weirdos, though. Like some of the sicko-iest sickos where you're like, wow, what a scum of the earth. You look and like Mikey Ruckus is following them and No DQ's following them. And you're like, what's going on here? Why is every one of like the most horrendous accounts in the fucking IWC, those dudes are following them? It's weird. But anyways, he makes some bangers though, like Ricochet's theme slap. There's a bunch of them. We could go all day. Like FTR's theme slapped. I think the Gun Boys' theme was like the hardest in AEW history. Gets stuck in my head to this day. But we got some WWE news and shit as well. Ibushi's coming out, and watch, they're gonna work like a tame. They're gonna like trade forearms, and it won't be that stiff, and they're gonna be real gentle and work like a very WWE paced match. Jungle Boys theme, yeah, but that's like real music. WWE paid $1 for Penta and Rey Fénix's entrance music. Yeah, for sure they had to. Okay, guys, let's get into some WWE news. Where is it? Here we go. So Alberto Del Rio mentioned on commentary on WWE.
Alberto Del Rio and Wade Barrett. The dissolution of that group came when they were once part of the League of Nations. Sheamus, Rusev, Alberto Del Rio, and
There you go. And that dude's charger clicking who recorded it off his phone. Here's Jey Uso and Cody Rhodes celebrating. And speaking of cakes, maybe Tony Khan saw the cake video go viral. And so he had Monet do a cake this time. Right? So let's check it out here. Jay drops this cake. It's so funny. There you go. It's pretty funny. So just announced Santino Marella teams with WWE NXT's Lola Vice against Mr. Iguana and La Hiedra at AAA Verano de Escandalo on July 11. The Iguana versus the Cobra. You know already what we're going to get. And Lola Vice is there. Amazing shit. And then this lady here, La Hiedra, she's like that real thick luchadora that always goes viral because she got them cakes. And everyone's like, she's signing with WWE. Now, if my guys are listening in right now, ask your fucking people what's going on with these because, bro, they just absorbed. They own 51%. They absorbed all the deals. So if they're like, we really want her on an NXT, I don't think she's like, okay, they're eyeing her up. Maybe her deal's up and they're renegotiating something. But unless her AAA deal is up, it's a renegotiation, man. Like they own 51%. They absorbed it all. Okay? They own 51 fucking percent. So they can say, hey, we want her on this show or whatever the fuck. And it's just all her deal that she has already in place. Unless she just renegotiated a new one. Now, if they're using her, like we want her specifically in this and this, and yes, people are probably signing new merch deals and shit. But as far as like, oh, they're signed with WWE, they keep saying that about all these guys. I don't think it's that. Unless maybe there's a new contract renegotiation. In my mind, my understanding is like, okay, the people on these AAA shows, we know these are the people they want to use more and more. They need some women to push from AAA. Lola Vice is on this show again, and they're eyeing up this lady here to be who they're working with. They probably signed a merch thing to do her masks and shit. But it's not like they're going to go, hey, let's just pay you a shitload more money and renegotiate this whole new deal. Like, that's the story that would be breaking. Oh, she renegotiated, not she signed a contract. Like, I don't, unless they're just abolishing, or I don't know how they're fucking doing it. They're just paying out deals and then renegotiating, or I don't know. I need some fucking intel on that, because like what's going on there where everyone keeps reporting she signed with WWE. This guy, Octagon, signed with WWE. Yeah, they own him now. 51% of his ass is WWE. Just bickety boom. Like this happened. This is how this works. Right? So I don't know, but good for them. I'm excited for that event. I'm going to check that match out. So this lady here says, I feel like with this short-ass Evolution build, this would have been the perfect time to just give Charlotte Flair versus Michelle McCool. And then McCool says, real talk. And it's like, okay, you're just like inserting yourself in everything now. What if, you know, like as WWE...
Are you sure about that?
Maybe, yeah, they could have just did that, but is she lobbying? We're seeing Kelly's lobbying to get on the show. Brie Bella wants to come back. Everyone wants to come back now. So KSI in a Prime suit is confirmed as the special celebrity guest featured in the DLC number 3 Fearless pack. However, WWE 2K hasn't even confirmed who the fucking celebrity is from pack number 1 that we're still waiting for. So what the fuck? They unleashed the second pack. Everyone's there. The third pack, they're like, oh, it's KSI. The first pack, we don't even know who. There's still owe everybody a fucking celebrity or whatever. Madness. Via WrestleVotes, Roman Reigns has recently welcomed another child. Congratulations to him and his wife and his family, his beautiful family. Yes, in that DLC, it's Jordan Grace, Bull Nakano. Who else is in it? a few other people. I forget who's all in it, but congrats to Roman Reigns, and he's just got a whole gang of kids, and why not? He's got all the money in the world. That's when you just start having a billion babies, and yeah, man, that's amazing. AJ Lee, speaking of teasing comebacks and Evolution, everybody's like, damn, she might be coming back to Evolution. I mean, it could happen with the Sailor Moon shirt as well. Fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight, never running from a real fight. He's the one named Tony Khan. She never turns her back on her friends. Yeah, I used to watch that shit all the time. The anime block, YTV, shout out Canada, right? It's all good. But you know, AJ Lee is like, I might come back, never running from a real fight. I think it's all subliminals here. Her actual subliminals, as Elbu would say. But hello, darkness, my old friend, her old wrestling boots, her long ass chucks there, and hey, man, bring it back. Come back at Evolution. Do it. Why not? Your hubby's there. Everyone wants to see you back. You'll get a big old bag. You're done writing and having success in comic books and Netflix and all that. You can go. Netflix, here's the thing, too. AJ Lee did Cowboy Bebop or whatever for Netflix, and I know that shit flopped compared to what they thought it would be. Bop. Oh, bop. Oh. Real deep cut dice there. But anyways, Netflix likes AJ Mendez as well. Okay, so they have a vested interest in getting her back too. I would love to see it. She can still go. She looks in better shape than the last time we saw her in the fucking ring, from what I can tell. If you guys watch Heels, she's all good. There's behind the scenes training of her training for Heels. She's all good. And it would be awesome to see her and Punk in like a mixed tag against like Becky and Seth or something like that. And we could plant those seeds at Evolution. Let's build up to something at Mania. I'm here for it, Eric. And that could even be like a night one thing. And then night two, you know, Punk and Seth could throw down again. Or maybe they don't do that. But yeah, I'm here for it. And if there's any of these ladies like Kelly, I don't care. Michelle Cool, I don't care if they come back. It'd be nice to see them, I guess, but I don't really care. But AJ Lee, I'd love to see her like get another run at one of these real women's titles. Like she carried the Divas through an era where there was no women's title. It was the Divas title. And then she dipped out right before the era of, hey, we're women's again. And we have multiple women's world titles and US titles and IC titles. Let's see her win some fucking belts. I'm here for that big time, man. And she's teasing it. Evolution's coming up. And yeah, Britt Baker versus AJ Lee. Book it, pal. No. Per WrestleVotes, Dwayne The Rock Johnson's team has final approval over any media WWE publishes featuring him. No shit. No fucking shit, dude. We already knew that. Not dissing you, but just saying. We already know that. His team reviews every single social media post or video asset he appears in before it's released to the public. They do that for everything. You think The Rock can just take a video of himself and post it? He and they review everything he does, what he fucking wears out in public, bro. So, of course, that's the case, right? Seth Rollins is in a music video of the ADTR, All My Friends. Trash fucking simpleton music. It sells, though. It fucking sells. It really does, but oh, it's just so... It's so cringe, man. Yeah, here we are. Party all night. Rock around, ring around the rosy. Yeah, it's so nice. Let's go. You know, just like the AI fucking music. Brutality. But good for them. When I hear All My Friends, I think, all my friends are dead. All my friends are dead. All your dreams are lies. So here's, yeah. Fightful Española. They launched Fightful Española. Reports that La Hiedra has told several people she needs to confirm her upcoming dates with WWE. All signs point to La Hiedra having signed with WWE. I just don't... Is it a signing or is it she needs to clear fucking dates because they have dates in mind for her? And so now she needs to run them by her, and she's past the point of you're just a AAA act. You're now a Triple H act. Right? Am I spitting today, chat? Let me know. Chad Gable has successfully undergone surgery and is now on the road to recovery. So as you guys saw on Raw, the Monday Netflix and Phil member Mondays watch along, we watched Raw, and me and Husey have been spot on, man, about predicting like there's going to be another person under the mask. Da-da-da-da. Gable's hurt. He needs the time off. His ankle's fucked too as well, along with his elbow. I read that on Monday. That's a little allegedly for you guys, right? His ankle's also fucked, but I don't know if it's surgery fucked, just probably tweaked or whatever from all those crazy ladder spots. And then Ludwig Kaiser, think about it. We haven't seen him in a long time. And also Ridge Holland was supposed to be under the Americano mask at some point. This is all South Park, whatever. I'm not a dirt sheet, so tell me to go fuck myself if you don't like this. But I think he was who was under the mask the first time we saw El Grande get hauled off and Gable was on camera, and he's like, see, it couldn't be me. I think that was Ridge the Fridge, but they're not going with, or what, for whatever reason, it's Ludwig. Okay. And, Ludwig was standing in the background when Gunther got attacked and shit, not doing anything. He's been in the background of some American-made vignettes, and it was clearly Ludwig under that mask, right? So we saw it on camera. I just quote tweeted it and said Ludwig Kaiser. And then there was a lot of speculation that followed. Ludwig then put out a tweet all but confirming. He's like, what's all the commotion about? But there was some speculation, but no, it's Ludwig, man. Like it was spot on. And I thought it would be funnier if they went with a clear lucha, like a dude with brown skin and long black hair and tattoos and shit, and he's like, orale, I thought that would have been fucking funny. But they're going with a more sinister plot. This feels more sinister now, this whole El Grande shit. No, chat, are you with me on that? It feels a little more slimy and sinister now, and they're gonna get more heat on it because fucking Ludwig's a straight up German dude who's gonna like do his little pose. And like he's going to pretend to be a lucha now, and Gable's going to maybe bring him into American Made, or however this works. Maybe Gable and Ludwig team up and they're this hateful group down the line that fucking go after the Creed brothers even, or something. Who fucking knows it just feels more slimy and sinister now, and I like it. It adds a little bit of like, it's no longer this goofy thing like Gable straight up. Because why is Ludwig doing it? There's motive to this that I can't wait to get to the bottom of, right? It's like, why would he do this serious guy? And maybe the whole time we're saying, Ludwig's gonna get mad at Gunther for like, you're not serious and shit, but maybe Gunther finds out about this Americano shit and is like, you aren't serious, and beats the shit out of Kaiser or something. Like it's so much more intriguing this way because they just gave us something we kind of didn't expect, And now it's past just comedy, and there's a little bit of like, okay, it's more than just money. Ludwig's not doing it for money, so what is it? What's the motive there? I love it. So moving along. 3 WWE pay-per-view events are slated to take place in Saudi Arabia in 2026. Chat, I wouldn't be shocked if WrestleMania is there. They're getting a Rumble for sure, and they want SummerSlam as well. So it could be all three of those next year. It truly, truly could. But yeah, just get ready for Money in the Banks there and everything there. And so next year could be the year of like all three Saudi. I think WWE might try and avoid that. They might say like, okay, we'll give you King of the Ring or Night of Champions and Crown Jewel is one, and we'll give you one of the big ones every year moving forward. So like you guys get a Mania. Like Saudi and Vegas are going to have a bunch of Manias over the next, the next 10, 20 years. I bet they're there. Like it'll be like they go somewhere else, then they go to Saudi, then they go to Vegas, then they go somewhere else, then Saudi. Like, I wouldn't even shock me if that's just how they do it. But yeah, it wouldn't shock me too if they start going, night one is in this place, and then night two's over here, and we have an American. Like that's maybe way down the line. But if it keeps growing the way it's growing, and the Fanatics Fests and all this shit keeps growing, then I mean, it wouldn't shock me if they did. We're going to do WrestleMania 2 different locations, pal. But all I'm saying is this. I'm predicting we get a Saudi Mania I think in Vegas it's Mania in 2026 again, but like the year after that, I could totally see it being like next year if we get a Rumble in Saudi. Like, don't be shocked, you know, it's coming. It's coming down to the wire. The 2-night events will be there, especially during Riyadh season. That's what they love. So WWE LFG's season 2 has been raging on. It's getting shitty viewership. People, I just think, don't really care. It's already a bit of a played out show and just all the same characters. I think that's what ruined it a bit. And would Kevin Nash be a coach on LFG? Let's hear what he has to say.
Britt, if you were asked to be a coach on the new LFG show or help out sometimes at NXT, would you do it?
I actually got asked to. We're going to do a segment on LFG on the factions. I think Eric and X-Pac did the episode, but I ended up getting surgery, so I missed it. But no, I'm good.
He would be good on that show. He should come in as a special guest, though. That would be cool. But yeah, he was supposed to be on the episode with Bischoff and X-Pac, so there you go. Kelly says she wishes she was part of Evolution 2025. Who doesn't? And damn, she looks good for her age. And speaking of looking good for their age, man, look at AJ Lee, and she says, happy anniversary to your favorite wrestler's favorite wrestler. Another tease. She's returning. Confirmed. Amazing. Booker T speaks out against the criticisms of Goldberg receiving a World Heavyweight Championship match. He says, I want to reach out to all the guys of that era of Goldberg that are complaining about Goldberg. Why does Goldberg get the shot? Why is he in the match? The reason why he's doing it, because it's the same thing your ass would have did it if WWE called you. That's all it boils down to. Any of these folks would do it if WWE called them. He kept his ass in shape. He's over. He's doing it. And it makes sense. I broke it down, I think, better than anyone. He's calling out Gunther regardless of if Gunther had the belt or not. He was going after Gunther for disrespecting him in front of his kid. That's all it boils down to. Idris Elba names his WWE Mount Rushmore. Again, dude, WWE's mainstream. And here's who he named: Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold Steve Austin, John Cena, and The Rock. I mean, that's a really good Mount Rushmore, I would say. I know some people get triggered by the Hulk Hogan stuff, or they're like, how could he?
Wrestling's not fake!
But that's just it, man. That's his wrestler that he likes, you know? And some people can separate that aspect from, you know, the other shit. And a lot of people don't even know or care and got over that and are willing to give him a second chance. You know, we talked about Booker T before, and he gave him a second chance or whatever. And I mean, some people don't want to. That's fine. That's their prerogative. But Idris Elba, that's who he thinks should be on Mount Rushmore. I'm just pumped Idris Elba's talking about WWE and pro wrestling in general. Speaking of actors, John Cena believes Dave Bautista is the greatest wrestler turned actor of all time. So even fucking Cena can admit it. I think Roddy Piper needs to be.
You just made the list
and talked about more as well. Fellow Canadian buddy. So The Miz, speaking of other media, he should be returning to WWE soon as filming for American Gladiators has concluded, according to Brian Alvarez. He should be back soon. They finished season 1 of 2 and 2 of American Gladiators, which is being taped in London. Because why not? He should be back soon. And yeah, it's funny. They film American Gladiators in London. Right? That's pretty funny. But yeah, I guess they filmed 2 seasons at once. I'm excited for that show. And he'll be back soon. I wonder, where's the news on Camille or Wardlow? Huh? Where's any news on them? And yeah, Alvarez just stooged that they filmed it in London, which is chill with me. I wonder if they announced that, because I think the old American Gladiators would say, like, we're in Las Vegas or whatever. Or maybe that was the first reboot. Regardless, I digress. And yeah, he should be back soon. With Dynamite ending, Dynamite 300, massive pop for Omega. You know, him and Ibushi did their thing. Big hugs. solid ending, but I mean, just another overrun, and the show overall lost steam somewhere in the middle for me, but a good start and a strong ending. I'll say that. Ren's Day, though. It is Ren's Day. So everybody, let's lock into our girl Ren's Day, because it is Ren's Day here at PWT. Ren Sinclair. Let's hear what she's got to say this week.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. So I guess next week is the week that we find out the fate of the NQCC, and it seems like me, y'all are all on the same page. Anywho, on to better things. Not better, but like happier things. Questions. Question number 1. We have Wednesday. We have the Ren QCC. When are we going to get the Ren XT champion? And I saw one similar that was like, when's your next title run?
I'm trying. I'm fucking trying.
Yeah, I understand why they filmed it in London, guys, for sure. Trust me, I understand that aspect. And I live in Canada, so you believe you me, I know all about. I've been on a set or two, okay? I know they film a lot of shit here and say it's Chicago and stuff all the time. I get it. But just, I'm saying for American Gladiators, they used to be like, we're in... It's like the roller derby would air after that. And they're like, we're in Los Angeles, California for roller. Like that was a big part of why it's American Gladiators, you know? So yeah, they go to London because, you know, the irony in that is pretty funny.
I'm trying. I'm fucking trying. I've only been doing this for 2 fucking days. Like shit. Give me a fucking break.
Question number 2. What's it like having your own trading card? Honestly, it's really cool because when I was younger, I would get trading cards of wrestlers. Well, I would get the ones that my brother didn't want. Not he didn't want, but he already had them. So then I would get his excess, I guess. So it's really cool.
The duplicates, the doubles, dude.
Well, I just wish like sometimes I got to choose I got to choose what photo goes on there because like, right? Sometimes. Okay. And also, before we go off our separate ways this Wednesday, I would like to address a couple of things. I have been getting a lot of questions and statements like, Ren, you got to fight Charlie to get out, and Ren, get out. Like, Miles and Tavion are trying to, you need to get away from Charlie. And I would just like to say, I would like to read this statement that I fully prepared by myself with no help, and nobody told me to say it. My name is Ren, and
she's reading. It's like the John Cena Taiwan video.
I love being in the NQCC. Charles is such a great leader. I cannot imagine being anywhere else but in the NQCC. Hashtag NQCC forever.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Ren's Day. And that also was Okay, yeah, Dynamite ended on the crowd pop for Kenny, but it's weird. Like you think your world championship story would be in there, but would you guys be shocked if they booked like Kenny and Okada to go very last at All In? I could see Tony being a big enough mark to do that, like just being a mark for the old New Japan stuff. I could totally see that happening. Yeah, let me check in over here. What are you guys talking about here? The best shows never get past the first season was okay. That was pretty funny. Underoo vibe, Thunder Rosa vibes here. Rollerball, James can watch it. Remember roller games? It's like roller derby, roller games. What was that one with Dean Cain where he like rides on that thing? It's like basketball, but like it's in the future. Paul Heyman was in it. Dave is a legit good actor. Okay, Roddy Piper. Yeah, back to the Piper stuff. I want Shingo Takagi in WWE with his friend Johnny Gargano. All right. Guys, I'm trying to see what I should do here. I'm debating. what we should do here. We've gone for 3 hours now, over 3 hours. Let me look at what I have. Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about this. Okay. Chat, do we want flutes? How bad do you guys want flutes in the chat tonight? That's what I need to know. There's like 400 of you watching. Round of applause, by the way, for Dynamite 300 and everybody in the PWT universe watching. You guys might want flutes, but you got to let me know if you want flutes. Flutes in the fucking chat if you guys want more PWT. Let it be known. We've already gone over 3 hours here, but I love you guys so much. You already know. So we'll head on over here and see. I see a lot of goddamn flutes. I wish Pro Wrestling Noah was on TV here so we can get Phil talking about it. Yeah, man. Or if they have full episodes on YouTube or they have compelling matches. If Omos goes back over and someone's like, here's a link to where I'd definitely be watching it, you know? I love to see all the flutes. You gotta love to see it. Okay. And yeah, guys, Saturday night, I like the way you move, be my baby. Make sure you guys hit up youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips and hit subscribe, hit like, all that good shit. Become a member of the channel, get access to my Monday shows. I have a Patreon as well with a bunch of videos. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Go and sign up there if you support what I do. And yeah, guys, Saturday I might go on. I want to barbecue and shit. So either this is what's gonna happen: late night PWT or fucking early in the day PWT. And then obviously the week after we have that all in head to head with WWE, which is just gonna be crazy. So make sure you guys stay locked in here to PWT. And yeah, I'm gonna put together a good preview show for you fools as well, which will be awesome. And so thank you for all the flutes in the chat. You guys, PWT After Dark. Yeah, exactly. And I might be burgers and beers deep, you know, or maybe I'll do it earlier so that I can like dip out and catch the sun and cue it up. You guys already know. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the IWC's favorite fucking segment. And it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer just melts down about Eric Bischoff. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the show. You know, Bischoff's All American Wrestling or whatever. It didn't work too well. They went to a building that seats like 13,000. They sold like 300 fucking tickets. I think the end game was like 400 fucking and 80 tickets or something. A travesty. That venue was smashed to oblivion. You know, it was just terrible. And I mean, I don't want to shit on them, but what did they think?
Need to obliterate.
There wasn't a lot of marketing, and like Hulk Hogan, he just was bombing on those interviews. That aerial interview was fucking embarrassing. But Dave Meltzer, for some reason, is like, oh, they're shitting on Tony Khan, but he's comparing freestyle amateur Olympic wrestling. And like Ben Askren's had to get a double lung transplant. He was like the big name attached to it. And he's comparing that to pro wrestling. That's like in a big boom right now. And amateur wrestling, no offense, was never really that fucking overly popular. It's pretty crazy that, like, beyond its niche, you know, it's just pretty crazy that Dave would even compare these two things. Meanwhile, he's not saying shit about Conan. Right, Dave? Why aren't you bringing up Conan?
Conan!
Because AAA outdrew and beat the shit out of CMLL and AEW and all their shit combined for a week in one show. And then some. And you, when you first started talking shit about, oh, you have the chance to prove you're better than Tony Khan, you were fucking bringing up Conan as well. And now you ain't bringing up Conan. Why? But you guys are so bitter against WCW and ECW and shit. It's clown behavior. A dead company that's fucking gone. The old me's dead and gone, dead and gone. It's done.
Bischoff and Hogan.
Yeah, the tickets went on sale for their show on August 30th, and they have 380 tickets out in a building that would sell out at about 13 plus.
Excuse me, did you say 380 tickets?
It's been a couple days, and the show's August 30th. So
Okay, so Alvarez, why didn't you go, excuse me, are you saying 1,012 tickets when Moxley, the heel champion, was in his hometown of Cincy the tail end of last year? Like, why aren't you saying only 950 in Chicago right after All In, the hottest wrestling city? Why aren't you saying that? Excuse me, only 380? Yeah, Alvarez. This is why he's such a schmarmy prick. I don't give Brian. Alvarez, you know how hard it is for these fucking guys to put on these jiu-jitsu shows and these karate shows and these fucking, as a martial artist, bro. Like, as a dude who's rolled to a dude who's rolled, man. You know how hard it is for these jiu-jitsu and these combat jiu-jitsu and fucking these karate shows and these amateur wrestling shows to take off. Come on, bro. Don't shit on like the guys who are part of it too. Or I'm just shitting on Hogan. Why? Because it hurts your feelings that Bischoff said that fucking AEW stinks. Like, come on, man. It's so baby. It's just baby back shit. And then Meltzer trying to plow through while they sold these tickets. And yep, that's right. Like, it's just schmarmy, condescending shit.
13 plus.
Excuse me, did you say 380 tickets?
It's been a couple days, and the show's August 30th, so there's plenty of time. People weren't, dying to see this thing, and they've done nothing to publicize it. I mean,
they've done nothing but publicize it. That's like saying, well, Domino's Pizza's done nothing but publicize their pizza. Yeah, they went out there and advertised it. They've done nothing but advertise this show that they're putting on. But it didn't draw a lot. Okay, so why don't you criticize AEW for the same thing? Where's the last real American commercial you saw? I didn't see those. Where's the fucking... I didn't see any... I just talked about it before. They did Ariel Helwani, and then they did these shitty, semi-viral fucking posts where the first one went viral, and then the second one everybody laughed at. How does that translate to all they did was promote this thing like Avengers? Like, what do you mean? Like hundreds of millions of dollars of marketing? No. He says, all WWE is, they just spend more in marketing. They're marketing, Brian, they're marketing. Oh, well, they just market it out there. Okay, so where was their marketing in comparison? They went on Ariel Helwani, they went on Fox News, and they went on fucking, and which, yeah, those are big fucking outlets. Well, some people argue Ariel's isn't. And then they did like that semi-viral campaign. How is that different than like any other company doing anything else? That's the same as like, on UFC, they promoted UFC BJJ and it drew only 300 people, Brian. At the Apex, it was just 200 people at the Apex. Why? Because they can't go to a big building, even though they promoted it on a pay-per-view and on the biggest fucking UFC, 317, the card was banging, Ilya Taporia, they're promoting UFC BJJ and it only draws 300 people. Does that mean like UFC sweating to sell tickets and shit? Or does that mean like, or is it because amateur wrestling, you need to scale it for amateur wrestling? Dave, you fucking schmarmy prick.
The unbelievable irony that I've noticed on
the unbelievable irony is that you don't, and I don't even know if this is ironic. Maybe there is some semblance of irony in what I'm about to compare to, but I'm just trying to talk shit on your shit talk, Dave. Sound like you. No. No, you're a cool dude. No, Dave's the kind of guy I don't think I'd enjoy getting a beer with, Tony Khan's like, yeah, he'd be fun. We'd play video games and shit. We'd fucking talk wrestling. Dave is like, he seems like the guy you wouldn't want to get a beer with, just kill the whole fucking mood. And it'd be like, why is he his tongue out like that, wagging like that? But anyways, what I'm saying is this, Dave, whether it's irony or not, you don't keep the same fucking energy for AEW. Why don't you? We're about to cover it as well. He starts freaking out about, well, WCW for inflation, AEW's beating, and he's reporting in the Observer over 19K tickets sold. Meanwhile, the guys tracking the tickets are going, no, they didn't sell that much. They're giving them away hundreds. And not only that, they are fucking, and it's in the thousands, in my opinion. And not only that, but seats that were allegedly sold are now up again, and the structure's being moved around, and it's all this wonky shit's going on, and Ticketmaster's offering refunds. But leave it to the Observer, over 19,000 sold, which means the gate's this, doesn't adjust for inflation, and then is trying to say it's the largest domestic record. He's a fucking clown shoes, man. And I find that ironic. If that's irony. I don't think it is, but you know what I mean? Fuck you, Dave. It's hypocritical, to say the least.
That I've noticed on the real American freestyle is that this.
Hey, now don't hate on IPAs and hazy. I like all that shit. I'm a craft beer guy myself. I'll drink all colors on the spectrum of ale, but you know,
thing that Eric
Meltzer fucking. He's definitely the guy. He looks like someone who would try and like order a beer and a shot of whiskey, and he's like, I'll actually take a cocktail or whatever, you know. Oh, this mocktail looks nice. Will you add alcohol to these, Brian?
Bischoff is supposed to be marketing.
It's like a sassy Southern California girl.
Like
California Dave, he's unforgettable.
That I have probably not even
Omega and Osprey on top.
Probably, I have spent more time and devoted more effort into marketing the guys. Now he's gone on TV shows to market the product with Hogan when they first announced it.
Is Dave talking about marketing the guys? Dave, you're a journalist. You're not supposed to market the guys. Is that what he said? Let's listen to that again.
I have spent more time and devoted more.
Oh my God, Dave, your job, according to you, is just objectively observe the pro wrestling business. You're not the fucking arbiter. You're not supposed to be marketing one way or the other. So you admit that you're just trying to market AEW, guys. And you're criticizing Bischoff for just marketing this brand of American wrestling. Because there's no names, dude. And I agree, they should market the people more. But even when it comes to American Gladiators reboot, are they like, oh my God, it's Mr. Spectacular and Wardlow? Or are they saying it's American Gladiators, and then on the show you're going to go, here's some WWE Superstars, right? Dave, you're condescending and you're a fucking moron, right? And now you're talking about, I've been marketing the boys. So now, you guys see, he doesn't view. So when he endorses someone now, in his mind, he's marketing their shit. Guys, I cover Ricochet shit. I cover people who've talked shit to me. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Quote unquote, market it as well. Like, give your platform, talk about them. I try and cover the widest everything that there is. And I tell you guys, look at this MLW show. They ain't paying me to do that shit. Now you're sitting here in your crybaby AEW fight with Eric Bischoff, and you're supposed to be the news, man. And now you're talking about, well, I've marketed who? The AEW guys? All you do is shit all over WWE guys. So you've marketed, Dave, AEW guys more than Bischoff marketed his amateur wrestlers. And you think in your mind, when you report shit or you bury something, in his mind, he thinks he's marketing a chat. Do you understand that? He just admitted it. It's just a Freudian slip, okay? He's fucking... So when he diminishes someone, that means he's trying to devalue them and their what? Earning potential and shit. And then when he puts someone over, he thinks that gives them more value, which it does in Tony Khan's eyes. That's fucked up. That means Dave is and that's why Corbin called him out. Like, dude, your shit rag has been responsible for people's jobs and all sorts of shit that affects the boys in such a different, and this is why people are willing to stooge. Well, why would the boys stooge to him? He's a dumb fuck. Yeah, but then he writes shit and then they get a bigger check from fucking Tony Khan. You guys get it? Ugh.
Thing that Eric Bischoff is supposed to be marketing and everything like that, that I have probably, not even probably, I have spent more time and devoted more effort into marketing the guys. Now, he's gone on TV shows to market the product with Hogan when they first announced it, but I have marketed his guys more than he has. I mean, he hasn't pushed guys, matches, feuds, storylines, or anything like that. And I mean, granted, he's got 2 months to do so, but to me, it was like I mentioned it.
So is Dave saying he's marketing fucking Bischoff's wrestlers on his own shit more than Bischoff has? Okay, Dave, here's the fucking problem with that too. You can't take, so here's the thing. So when you're covering AEW and shit, do you view that as marketing these guys as well? This is the fucking problem. You're just supposed to cover what's going on and cover the matches. So are you trying to write storylines up, or are you just posting stats about these guys? This is the problem, right? Like, that's on them. And if Dave wants to say, oh, I one-upped you, and it's funny because he thinks I'm this big shithead, but look at, I tried to lend him a bone here. No, you're not doing that, Dave. You're uncool. They tried to make this the Hollywood Hogan Wrestling League with Ben Askren and Gable Steveson, and we have cool wrestlers here and shit. That's how they were trying to, American Beer is going to sponsor it. At least that's what I got from it when he's on Fox and all this shit. So it's like, you're just an uncool fucking guy. Nobody in martial arts look at you. Well, some of the media look at Dave as legit when it comes to pay-per-view buys and ticket sales and shit, but they don't understand how far he's fallen, you know? But yeah, dude, I just don't know. Like, in the annals of time, you guys have to understand something. Look at MMA. Dave isn't considered one of these guys who's like help push MMA to the next limit, to the next stage. That's other people like Ariel Helwani and some of these other folk. Okay, Kevin Iole recently retired. Some of these other journalists are more responsible for that. You know, even honestly, like Pollock and shit on the Fight Network. I'm not even going to lie. Like, I associate him more with helping push MMA along and getting that shit out there than Dave Meltzer, because you don't know, like, he's always talked out of his ass.
He didn't go to Final X, and he didn't publicize his guys that they have under contract and how they did at Final X. That pretty much told me all I need to know. And the fact that that tickets are on sale and he wasn't hammering it. And you know, I mean, he'd probably rather spend his time, you know, saying dumb shit about me on Twitter than marketing his own freaking company. It's
yeah, I don't know. I don't know the last time Bischoff even really talked about Dave Meltzer. And I don't know if it's that unbelievable, Dave. Like, you have been focusing way more on WCW and bringing up Bischoff, and you keep poking the bear. Like, it's what happened with Jim. You kept bringing him up like way more than he was bringing you up, especially in a negative light. And now you're doing that, and you're trying to like run a victory lap on Bischoff. And yes, he didn't promote it, right? Did they hire a marketing team to do that? Did they think just the internet buzz was going to pay off? I don't know. I saw no marketing for this event, and that's on them. But I don't want Dave to be sitting there thinking he's fucking influencing people in any fucking sort of way, when his job should just be report the fucking news. Or I guess he's always been an op-ed guy. He's the observer guy, right? Then stop trying to do the news to the degree you're doing it, right? He's got to pick one or the other. You can't be like, I'm just the objective guy who brings you just what it is, and be the fucking opinion guy if you're going to have a newsletter and like report news and break stories and shit. You got to make it clear, like, what the fuck you're doing. And as far as him and Bischoff, yeah, the feud continues. We have more. He goes off even more on
Bischoff
WCW.
and Hogan.
And him and Raj Giri get into it. It is hilarious. What do we have here? So Meltzer has this to say about the AEW All In Texas Gate. And so he starts off by he's always responding to someone. So he's responding to someone who's talking about to AEW Ticket Map. Again, how is this a success? And then Meltzer says, how is 2.5 million at the gate when the largest the company has ever done in North America, 1.25 million, a number that only WWE has topped in pro wrestling history? Anything but a huge success. And then this guy says, in all fairness, that's 1.26 million in 98 money. Wasn't WCW's largest gate like 1.7? Apples and oranges, but nonetheless. right? And that's what Dave can never cop to. And he goes, WCW's largest gate, actually, WCW's largest gate was 930,000 at the Georgia Dome. Yeah. So even adjusted for inflation, this show is $700,000 ahead. So is that true? I think Grok corrected Meltzer on this as well. Grok versus Meltzer round 2. And then Raj says, now adjusted for today's ticket prices. You know? So it's inflation as it relates to pro wrestling, I think is what Raj is getting at. Okay, so we have more of this. Here we go. Somebody responds and says, man, Raj is really fucking stupid. Okay, here, sorry. So let's go back through the tunnels of time, because this goes deep. We're in Inception here. So adjusted for today's ticket prices, Meltzer says, show me your article on WrestleMania gates and saying they aren't records because you have to adjust them for today's ticket prices. See, he always makes it about WWE when nobody else. Here's the thing. Raj covers when WWE's down, when AEW's down. He covers when it's up. He doesn't give a fuck, man. He just covers what it is and the numbers he can get. Dave, you're the biased one. You're the biased one. And you want to try and claim you're being consistent because for inflation, it's down and blah, blah, blah. But the problem is that you are still the one freaking out about WrestleMania's fake attendance. And you don't call. This is the same week that you're printing in your shit reg that All In has sold over 19,000 tickets when they're not even at 19,000 distributed. Now, I don't care. Oh, so what? You're mad that they did 19,000? No, dumb fuck. That's not what I'm talking about. It's just you're not keeping the same energy. Right? So, Dave, you're the one always making it about Mania. I've seen Raj post when the Netflix numbers are down for Raw from last week. He's posted it. We've covered it. You're the biased one projecting onto everyone else. Where's your articles? Where the fuck Raj writes articles? He still does that? No, I don't even, where, I don't fucking know, you know, like where, I don't even know. Show me his body of work. Like just because you write articles, everyone else doesn't write articles about this stuff, Dave. If you haven't been claiming that, why are you suddenly saying adjusting the gate for today's ticket prices when the entire key is their charge higher prices because they can get them? They would have in the past if they could have gotten them. It's so stupid. So Raj just says, first off, when did I say AEW's record isn't a record? I never did. It is a record, and that's awesome. Obviously, the better AEW does, the better it is for everyone in the industry. That said, I know you like to make everything about AEW, but this wasn't about them. It's about comparing WCW. That's the problem. Dave can't get off this shit. He's in a war in his mind because this is what him and Tony text about. Oh, Bischoff, though. Oh, we couldn't beat Triple H in them, but Bischoff, though. I bet he's eating crow right now. Simply equating WCW's gates to today, but adjusting for inflation is absurd, and I know you know that. Comparing gates from the 90s, like comparing TV ratings from then, it's apples to avocados. You didn't have dynamic ticket pricing in the 90s. So yes, when WWE sends out press release for setting a new gate, it is what it is, but it is a fact. But if they were to brag about how it beat, say, the gate for 15 or something, then yes, I'd call that out. And that's the fucking problem. Dave is so stupid. Dave, you're the one who doesn't call out the same shit. You're the one who, when NXT is preempted or Raw's on at a different time or SmackDown's on at a different time, you don't tell people, write a paragraph about how and when to set your DVRs. But then you do that for Collision and shit. You're the one who does that. So stop projecting that on other people. Raj, your boy Phil, we will call shit out on both ends, man. Like, you just pretend that everyone doesn't do that. You just pretend that Bischoff doesn't shit on some of these WWE storylines and stuff. Because you only hear what you want to hear because you're in a fucking bubble, man. It's crazy. So Meltzer goes, the discussion of WCW started when somebody said a WCW show adjusting for inflation would be ahead, which wasn't the case. Dave, now you're just crying about how the discussion started. Raj says, got it. So I'm assuming you don't otherwise compare current gates to WCW gates, or if you do more than just adjust for inflation.
Then Meltzer goes, I wrote a long story about it. A never-ending story, Brian. Actually, it's a never-ending story.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Talked about both attendance and gates. Absolutely. When talking about records, compared them with previous records. To do otherwise would be illogical. But if you're not reading, you probably shouldn't be commenting. So here's the problem, too. Dave's shit is the Holy Bible, right? So I wrote all this shit, and you have to trust what I'm saying no matter what. And if you fucking don't, then you're dumb, and you didn't read what I said, so you actually don't know because I covered this, wrote a long story, and blah, 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 blah. And when it comes to facts, now, that's true if someone's like, oh, you're just an E-drone. And then I'm like, no, I'm not. Do you fucking watch my shit? I put over this Dynamite I said they started strong, ended strong. They got lost a bit in the middle. Some of it's pretty goofy, but what do you expect from some of it? I've called out WWE shows for the same shit. But Dave is like, if you haven't read everything I ever wrote and all my lies and all my bullshit and shit that's been proven wrong, like, Dave, you recently just wrote that they sold 19,000 plus tickets sold for this event. No, they fucking didn't. So, to do otherwise would be illogical, but if you're not reading, you probably shouldn't be commenting. No, Dave, people are allowed to have a fucking opinion. Man, Raj is really fucking stupid. And this JC guy was under there responding to fucking Dave on the last post, too. So this guy's just licking Meltzer's balls, like, throughout this whole exchange. And then he goes, nah, just a WWE defender. Dave, all you do is defend AEW. This is like those sicko accounts going, my name's AEW Defender 101. And then you're like crying about tribalism from fucking other companies. It's like, what? Look at your name. That's what Dave's become. A literal fucking NPC AEW stan account. WWE has broken record after record. Cody himself headlining 40 New Market Gate Records last year, which I reported on both during the... Yeah, we know, Dave. We know because you have to do that. We know. Somehow he never brought up any silly qualifiers about WWE claims. Dave, it's not somehow. He explained it to you, but you're redacted. Okay? You're a fucking moron. Okay? Dave, he told you what it was. It's because someone compared it to WCW, whatever the fuck, in Georgia. Okay? If they said, he brought it up. If WrestleMania 15, if they said that it beat that and not adjusted, I'd call that out too. So he told you what it was, and then you're just going to go talk to this dumb fuck who just sniffs your ass under every single tweet. And you're going to respond to him and take a little pot shot and pretend like he didn't qualify what he was saying previously. And it makes me sick. I got to sit here and even say this on Raj's behalf, But Raj Giri responds. He says, you calling me a WWE defender is rich. Yeah, talk about irony. The irony is, talk about irony, Dave. Raj says, I seem to recall when WWE first released the SNME number last December, how I was quick to point out the Peacock number they were including was likely not a Nielsen number and that their number was not a Nielsen equivalent. When that clip came out of TK saying that AEW TV numbers were up year over year, your first response was posting a tweet that was like a victory lap before eventually admitting he was wrong. And see, Raj taking the high road. I won't, dude. Fuck Dave. Like, you just owned his ass. You just baked him right there. Exactly. See, that's a personal thing. I didn't even think to pull that card. I forgot about that, but goddamn, that's craziness. That is fucking craziness right there. So, yeah. So, Raj says, first off, when did I? Okay, so we covered that. We had a bunch of that. We have a little throwback, Dave, too. And yeah, my response was, this asshole still cries about WrestleMania 3 attendance being fake, hasn't kept the same energy for All in London, is actively reporting All in Texas has sold over 19K tickets when they haven't even distributed that many, and have given thousands away, and is going to sit here and say shit like this. It's just so ridiculous. Brian Alvarez. So remember this as well. I get tagged or responded, or someone respond, better man Stan. Shout him out. At the Shook 215. Shout you out, buddy. Says, remember shit like this too. And here's Alvarez back in the day being like, I'll spoil this trash. Who gives a shit? On Monday, Charlotte and Natty beat Kabuki Warriors when Natty submitted Asuka. This leads to a title match where Charlotte and Becky face Kabuki Warriors, which ends when Asuka beats Becky. Could you imagine him putting a tweet like that out about AEW or like their Collision tapings even, or anything really like that? Where it's like, fuck it, this is trash and blah, 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 blah. It's just nuts, dude. How far these motherfuckers have come. Moving along here. So Switchblade responds, and shout out Switchblade. He says, remember, this is the same Dave Meltzer who constantly tells us that you can't compare viewership numbers to today, despite AEW both at its peak and in 2025 being in more homes than WCW at its peak. So there you go, pulling his card again. Meltzer constantly tells us that you can't compare viewership numbers to today, despite AEW both at its peak and in 2025 being in more homes than WCW at its peak. And he says you can't compare those, but then he wants to compare, like, do this record. And then when they point out why it's apples to oranges, he fucking goes, oh, what a dumbass. He's just a WWE defender. So Grok pipes in. And now we're going to see Dave arguing with Grok again. Remember when he glitched out? He glitched back from the Matrix. So Grok says Raj is correct. His critique accounts for modern ticket pricing. Now, again, Grok it is what it is. I mean, for assessing, it's kind of funny to get AI to assess an argument, though, and then sort of look at facts and shit. This is just hilarious. I wouldn't defer to Grok to be like, this is who won this officially. It's just that it's funny because he was arguing with Grok and glitched through the Matrix, as we've been chronicling here at PWT. So Grok says Raj is correct. His critique accounts for modern ticket pricing dynamics like dynamic pricing and secondary markets, which inflate gates beyond simple inflation adjustments. Meltzer's claimed that AEW's 2.5 million gate beats WCW's 930,000 from 99, about 1.8 million in 2025, is factually true, but misses these nuances. Eric's mockery of Meltzer's logic as economically flawed is an overreach. Meltzer's point has merit, but lacks full context. Right, so when Raj provided the context, Dave then ignored it and then responded to some sicko and went, nah, he's just a defender, bro. Because he knew, bro. He's a shameful son of a bitch, or a shameless son of a bitch. Meltzer's point has merit but lacks context. Raj's view better captures the complexity of comparing gates across eras. Hey, Grok with a W. I mean, that's a good breakdown. He's very fair in his assessment, but just pointing out the obvious. Someone says, is Dave going to argue with Grok again? And then Grok responds, it's unclear if Dave will argue with me again. Grok acknowledges that Dave fucking
acknowledge me.
Argued with him, dude. Hilarious. About AEW's 2.5 million gate versus WCW's blah, blah, blah. AEW's gate is higher, even adjusted for inflation, suggesting success, but modern ticket pricing like dynamic pricing and VIP packages boosts AEW's average ticket price to $125 over double WCW's inflation adjusted $51.67, with AEW's 20,000 attendees versus WCW's 34,000, whatever. Higher gates reflect, okay, price strategies, not just popularity, blah, blah, blah. It's so funny. It's unclear if he'll respond to me again. Fucking Grok with a W, owning Dave again, man. So, we have a bit of a throwback, a time machine. Did I put the time machine music on here? I know it was sent to me. I'm sorry, Julia Gulia. And we miss you, Julia Gulia. But yeah, we'll give some X-Files music. I don't know. Not conspiracy, travel music. Meltzer said what posted this. Remember when Dave wrote an obituary for Jim Cornette on November 2019, then spent the next 5 years saying he was just doing a grifter podcast gimmick? Here's a letter from Jim published in the November 95 Observer. Sound familiar? Tags Brian Last. So let's take a look here. I love the throwback Meltzers. So something was deleted. Meltzer said what post this back in 2021. I've never trashed Jim personally. He's a right-wing blowhard. Also, why does Dave make this sound like such an old rivalry? Dave was on the Experience in 2019. Clearly, the relationship changed around October 2019 when a certain show started. Everybody knows Dave was just Sandy Vagina over AEW. And then, Meltzer said what post this like back in the day, this in 2021. He goes, definitely. I just read it again and forgot how long of an obituary Dave wrote. So here's the obituary for Jim Cornette. This is the obituary of Jim because AEW is going to be a success.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
Dave writes, actually, after 37 years of on and off work in the industry, this could be the end of Cornette's career. If there was a smidgen of a chance Cornette parlaying his gimmick into becoming the ultimate heel on AEW television, it would appear, even in a never say never world, that it is on life support now if the plug hasn't already been pulled. See, he's trying to taunt Cornette like, you just want money, don't you, grifter? And you don't actually believe in the future of wrestling.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
That's what Meltzer's trying to do here, right? And he's trying to be like, you'll never get a job in the industry again. Meanwhile, Cornette's podcast blew up and was just growing and growing and growing and growing. People who talk a lot and who make enemies due to having opinions that rub a group the wrong way. See, this is cult shit. Hey, don't say this thing we don't like, or we'll threaten you and we'll beat you up and we'll run you off and we'll make sure you can't make money and we'll blah, blah, blah. This is cancel pig, cancerous, dumb talk. And this is what all these fucking dirt sheet writers do. You can't say that or I'll fucking fight you. It's fucking crazy, man. If you rub our group the wrong way, you might regret doing that, Cornette. Cornette's like, what the fuck? I made a career off doing that. You goddamn Mark. You think I give a shit about that? Like, holy shit, man. Are going to have their words twisted and overplayed, which to a degree happened to Cornette earlier in the week. And if they talk a lot, they are going to, if they are lightning rods, as Cornette made himself out to be, the worst writer ever. At times say something ill-advised inadvertently. Yeah, like what you've done, and you always brag about I've written and I do a radio show and I fucking write 8 billion words. And that's why everyone hates you, Dave. This isn't to say that other lines, both on his podcast and Twitter feed, aren't meant to be insulting and often veer into a bad look in 2019. Cornette started his career in wrestling at the age of 14 doing photography for he wrote an obituary for Cornette. What the fuck? Oh my God. Dave Meltzer said, where is it? Dave Meltzer said, in wrestling at the age of 14, doing photography for national wrestling magazines, Brian, from shows in Louisville. He later expanded his business into selling photos at shows and handling the program sold in the Jarrett territory. In time, his mother and local promoter, Christine Jarrett, became close friends. In 1982, at the age of 20, why did he do this? What a morbid, sick fucking freak. And then to claim that they were friends? And then just be like, oh, we fell apart, like, and then claim that this feud goes way back, even though fucking Meltzer, or he like giving off the vibe that it goes way back, even though Meltzer, it's after AEW started. And like this was pointed out, was on his show in 2019. Fucking crazy. By which point he was very successful in his side of wrestling endeavors. Jerry picked him to be the heel manager, feeling he had personality people could easily hate. Cornette played a rich mama's boy using a tennis racket as his gimmick. He worked the Tennessee territory as well as Georgia before his big career break when Bill Watts brought him, Bobby Eaton, and Dennis Condrey to Mid-South Wrestling as the Midnight Express. Cornette would obnoxiously ring announce his team's entrance. He worked for TNA for a second stint, blah, blah, blah. Cornette was voted for Manager of the Year 12 times. The wrestling world converges on Chicago next week. So, dude, he just wrote him a fucking obituary, right? This is craziness. And it's so long. And then here's a letter that Cornette wrote in 95 to the Observer. So Cornette says, I don't get the torch anymore. Since Drat the Luck, my parakeet died a few months ago, so there's no longer the need for it around the house. But I want to request all newsletter readers to keep me posted on the latest ECW story. When SMW's famous Wise, Virginia incident happened, it was a major story for months, necessitating calls to everyone but the governor of Virginia. I was greeted with chants of Wise, Virginia from fans at WWF shows 1,000 miles away. God, he's such a better fucking writer than Dave. Okay. I've received dozens of phone calls from people in and around wrestling about our major riot. For you statisticians, our major riot consisted of one out of the line security guard being called an N-word and later punched by Jimmy Del Rey. Several of his friends tried to start trouble. One of them pulled a knife. The Bruiser brothers swung a few chairs. A lot of people cussed each other. The police were called. Hell, it was the most excitement they'd seen since Prohibition in that town. And then everyone got in their car and went home. One fan said he got hit but never showed in court to press charges. ECW Arena, October 28 scorecard. Tommy Dreamer got a broken nose and burned. Terry Funk was set ablaze and received second-degree burns and was taken to the hospital. So he's comparing what they did that caused a riot. Let's start a riot. A riot. Let's start a riot. And then what they did in ECW that just had a bunch of fucking sicko marks going EC dub, chanting for the promotion, right? So listen to what Cornette said. ECW Arena, October 28 scorecard. Tommy Dreamer got a broken nose. He's so much better. He's such a better writer than Dave. This is actually like pleasant to read. Broken nose and burn. Terry Funk was set ablaze and received second-degree burns and was taken to the hospital. The ring, wet with kerosene from a previous match, set on fire. A fan for God's sakes, was set on fire. People were spraying fire extinguishers. The lights were turned out. A lot of chairs were thrown. Fans were coughing and choking from fire extinguisher fumes. Fans were cut and bruised from flying chairs that were thrown by other fans. And almost only one or two fans were hospitalized. Cars were vandalized. One car was stolen. People left panicked and furious, and there was a mock crucifixion to end the show. That last thing alone would have been enough to have gotten everyone responsible for the show thrown in jail in the state of Tennessee. So is he just saying like they do this savagery there and they'd have all been thrown in jail for their fucking riots that they would get going? Has anyone figured out yet that as much of the blame for the wrestling business being in the worst condition it has ever been in the history goes to this ridiculous horseshit that Paulie dangerously is foisting off on the public as much as the ludicrous garbage presented by the gang of surgeons at WCW? So now what fucking, I mean, you could apply this now. It's not like Jim changed or anything. Dave, it's you that's just shilling for this shit. You weren't shilling for WCW and shit as hard at the time, I guess, you know? And Cornette wrote this shit and was like, look at all this garbage bullshit they're doing, and this is ruining wrestling. And now he says the exact same thing about AEW. But because Tony Khan is Dave Meltzer's fucking friend, okay?
The best guy is Tony Khan.
He just defends it now. Like, same with the key demo thing. He just flips on it. He'll just completely flip. He must own 3%. He must be getting paid. If he doesn't, then it's like, why are you doing this? It's madness. Let's see here. Solid wrestling product when the task is made hopeless by people being able to tune into murders of nasty giants and a bunch of insane stuntmen at the same time. And now for the $64,000 question. Will this story be given coverage and proper ratio to Wise, Virginia? Or is it a case of a first-time offender getting 20 years because the jury didn't like him, or a man going free for 2 murders because of his bank book and his skin color? Whoops, there I go again. Jim Cornette, Smoky Mountain Wrestling, Morristown, Tennessee. And again, man, it sounds like Tony Khan, like even down to the because of his bank book and his skin color, I guess, if you want to throw that in there. But it's like maybe in 2025, if they're like, oh, we don't dare fucking, I don't know, right? So it just sounds like you could copy and paste that today, like 30 years later, and it makes so much sense, man. As well. And Jim Cornette said,
fuck you, bye, boom.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week, and I guess the last 30 fucking years, if you really break it down. I want to thank you all for being here. Round of applause to the PWT universe. Well over 400.
Are you sure about that?
Night. I appreciate you all so much. If you're on X, make sure you come subscribe on YouTube. Consider becoming a member for 99 cents. Check out my Patreon, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. You guys have been great. Saturday might be a bit of an earlier show or maybe a later show. It just depends on what I do with my fam. I'll talk to my wife and she'll boss me around and tell me what to do. No, she's great. Mike Saucely's super chatted for 2, says the best guys, Baloney Con. Full of baloney today. You know what I mean?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
And guys, make sure you tune into the pay-per-view stream here because it's going to be a big one. And thank you, Mike Saucely. You're the man. And yes, Saturday, make sure you motherfuckers are here. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a fun one. And I'm going to try and drop a PWT podcast next week, preview show for you guys. Yeah, Thursday I'll be doing some Phil Marks Out stuff, whatever. I appreciate you all. Hit like, hit subscribe. If you're over on X, come on over to YouTube. It's dope, man. There's click that link and come on over. Appreciate you guys. And thanks for everyone who watches the clips and spending your summer hanging out with me and chit-chatting and checking me out on Twitch and all the shit I'm doing. Appreciate you all so much. Until next time, I'll see you all in the Upside Down. And let's play some Jericho. Peace.
Look and see, it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself. Stacking high green, you're in debt to your health. AARP, ancient open my wealth, and my RP's getting dumber every day. Ha!
up in the gym, but I never need a witness. Tonic and gin, when I work it on my fitness. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot rod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot rod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot rod. On Becca, on God, I'll make you wish you had this hot rod. All natural, better give her her scent. They say Blondie, how you getting those abs? Hey Bobby, let me call you a cab. Long legs, I'm a woman in STEM. My eggs, fertile, healthy and STEM. My traits, flowing free like the Thames. And my haters getting madder every day. Ha! I'm Becca, I'm God. I'll make you wish you had this hot rod. I'm Becca, I'm God. I'll make you wish you had this hot rod. I'm Becca, I'm God. I'll make you wish you had this hot rod. I'm Becca, I'm God. I'll make you wish you had this hot rod. I'm God. On God,